In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with Bloodmoon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Bloodmoon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Bloodmoon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Bloodmoon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Bloodmoon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Shadow Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
We've already had day one. It's time for day two. That's right. The PMSL EMEA is back with another day of matches from our teams here looking to compete for the top spots. My name is John Allen, and in the top spot on my, I suppose, you're right on the screen, on my left is Blank.
It is I, yes, back again for another day of PUBG Mobile. Very excited to see this one play out. Obviously, we've got some new teams joining the roster today for us. It will be the same set as yesterday, but overall, Virtus Pro looking pretty damn good. Na'Vi, though, were on another level yesterday. Very fun to see them perform the way they did. Here's our socials down below. You can check them all out, figure out what we're doing, what we're getting up to, when we're getting up to it, and where we are getting up to it. Find out all down below there on your screens over on YouTube, Instagram, as well as TikTok.
Yeah, you can find out all about it. That's where you can get the goodies, of course. And there is plenty of goodies up for grabs for our teams. There we go. That's the end of the sentence. And let's take a look at just what they are competing for. The prize pool will be, of course, what a lot of these teams have got their sights set on. 400k is to be divvied up over the course of the next month. Those finals have the lion's share of it, though, with 227,500.
You get a bit of money, you get a bit of money, and you get a bit of money, even just for participating in the tournament. Here's our finals prize pool, with the top spot being 55k. So if you can get yourself to the top spot here in finals, you'll be taking yourself home just over half 100k, which is really, really nice to see here over in the PUBG Mobile. Certainly will be something to fight out for, and I think this time around we'll have a real competition on our hands with some of our teams. Here's all the dates that we'll be playing out our tournament over on week 1, week 2, week 3, following into finals at the start of October through 11th till the 13th.
Yeah, it will be those 3-day finals that these teams are looking to compete to get towards. Of course, that is how you make your way not only towards the top spots, but over to the PMGC at the end of the year as well. Let's take a look at our points system as these teams will be competing. Of course, they'll be earning points for their performances. If you've been watching for a while, you'll know it. This is our points breakdown. When the teams earn points this week, every single week, in fact, as well, they will earn league rank points. So you can see on the right-hand side, if you finish in the top spot this week over these 5 days, so over the next 4 days, including this one, you'll get 20 points. It will descend from there. And at the end of the first 3 weeks of gameplay, that will be how you are decided to be in the top 16 to be moving towards those finals, right? You've got 16 spots. The top 16 teams, with respect to those league ranking points, will be the teams moving forward. Let's take a look at the overall standings as they have happened. I think you were gonna bring up the 50% slash on the points that you get going into the finals.
Yeah, I was. Going into the finals, those league ranking points, you'll get 50% of the ones you've accumulated going with you into the finals. So say you won all 3 weeks of league play, you'd get 60 points total, first place across the board. So you'd be going into finals with an additional juicy 30 points to work with. But here's our overall rankings. In first place, you've got Na'Vi. Second is Fireflux, and third place is Virtus Pro. Slowed down a little bit yesterday compared to Na'Vi, who just kept on pumping. And the big one to look out for here is just the 18 placement points and 45 eliminations, with not a single chicken dinner on the game yesterday for Na'Vi, yet still putting up a tremendous amount of points just in terms of being able to sweep across the lobby.
Yeah, they had some really powerful performances, and that 0 chicken dinner, I think you're very right to highlight that. That is very notable. Second page, resident here are teams that one may not expect, specifically Team Spirit, notably a team that has kind of just been disappointing over the past few months, and they did manage to qualify very spectacularly from the qualifiers. But it looks like maybe they've had a little bit of a full start. Hopefully they can gather momentum. Not only them, but Twisted Minds as well. That's a roster of all-star frontliners, right? But they have really been taking a backseat in the matches we've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a bit of a wild one so far in this tournament, just in terms of the teams being able to actually get those points up. But let's take a look at our schedule for today. And the games that we will be playing will be going from Sanhok into 3 Erangels, into 2 Miramars. And sandwiched between those 2 Erangels in the middle there will be our show match over on TDM. It will be Na'Vi going up against the guys over on Football is Chaos.
Yeah, they did throw out the call out yesterday. That is who they chose to go for. We'll see if they're able to win that little bounty. We'll have more on that later after match 3. But let's take a look at the groups playing today. Of course, we did have a group of teams sitting out. That was, I believe, Group E, who were removed from yesterday's matches. You can see they are there in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So that is Brute Force, that is RCB, Regnum Kaya Bra, and Team Falcons, Vibes Esports, EMEA as well. So those 4 teams are going to be entering for the first time, taking the bench. It's not going to be Group D this time around. It's Group B who are sat out. So that's 77, that's Black Esports, that's Enigma Galaxy, and that's S2G.
Yeah, I think it's nice that we still get to see Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, as well as Power and Fireflux duking it out still at the top side of the lobby again today. Another chance for Twisted Minds to, after yesterday, being able to figure things out maybe a little bit, how they want to play things out, because again, it is a mismatch of a team in terms of just a lot of frontliners. They need to figure out their place within the team and how they're going to support that one player, because Coops is very aggressive, but you have everyone making very similar plays, which is why you see that massive mistake happen yesterday versus S2G, where they all make the same play to get ahead into the front line, and they all just get taken down by one player in Hamzy. So yeah, overall, very, very fun day yesterday, but I'm glad that we'll actually still see the same kind of firepower coming out from some of the teams that were putting the most work in from yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, that was what we were kind of worried about, right, as well. The wind being taken out of their sails, a lack of momentum. We're going to be looking for adaptation today, to improvement from teams as well. I want more, again, from Heroic. That is something that I really enjoyed at the start of the day, less so towards the end of the day. And I'll see if they've got what it takes to keep that pace up against one of probably the most dynamic teams. I think Brute Force going to be coming in, maybe contesting with Na'Vi for that sort of a performance, that sort of a position. But this is where Na'Vi really made the difference, right? That damage number really exemplifies the difference between them and the rest of the lobby. Fireflux in second place. They are very far away. That's almost an entire match's worth of difference between these two games, between these two teams, and that is a very impressive metric to be able to accrue.
Yeah, I mean, 8,000 damage to the 6k coming through from Fireflux it's a large difference maker there, and I think it has because Na'Vi's had to fight for a lot of their positions, whereas Fireflux has had some central spots sort of given to them in some of their circles where they're able to just play the game out, whereas Na'Vi's had to fight in for those spots. So although they didn't get any chicken dinners yesterday, I still think it's fairly impressive what they're able to do, because a lot of the times they were playing from the edge and making their way in, so it wasn't likely for a lot of those chicken dinners to go their way. We might see that change today if we see any circles go towards them, but I would like to see how they fare when the circle is on top of them. How do they play that out? Do they reel in that aggressive play style, go for something a bit more placements heavy? Who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think we're fairly short order for getting underway with our first map. We are going to be going to Sanhok in general. That is a little bit more chaotic of a map. Yesterday, we saw some pretty nasty shifts on the Sanhok map. I think it's safe to say you had that sort of, oh, it's the Southwest Island. Just kidding. It's going back over to the mainland. And in general, that makes for a messy lobby, right? And in general, over the start of yesterday, I would say it was very, very scrappy, very messy. Do you think we're going to see a repeat of that, or is it going to be start to be simmered down, start to be reduced, simmering the stock away, and we're starting to get that real flavor in the lobby?
Wow, that was an analogy and a half. I think what you were asking is about
Are we
the
going to see it be remain messy? Yeah, and then I got waylaid thinking about food.
Yeah, maybe. It kind of depends. I think this first week is always going to be messy. In the meantime, let's take a look at some stats from Twisted Minds and Spirit, who didn't have the greatest of days yesterday, but it will be good to see exactly how much damage they were able to put up, because it is only half the damage of Na'Vi, right? So Team Spirit was certainly working hard in these games, and you can see here the 13 to 16 E limbs is quite interesting in terms of like their transition rate. So I don't think particularly Team Spirit and Twisted Minds did bad yesterday. It was just some crucial mistakes that they made towards maybe that mid to late game where they get caught out, right? And I think that has been a case of just too many angles over towards them. And again, I think this is a lot of times just figuring out the rotations, where the teams are playing, and how you can play within that lobby. So yeah, we'll find out for both these teams, because both teams are very strong on paper.
Yeah, I mean, something that you were criticizing Team Spirit for yesterday was it seemed like their mechanical skill has taken a hit or taken a slip. Partly, potentially, it could be the case that they put themselves in scenarios where they can't really let that shine. And in general, maybe that was sort of a big factor in that. But I think you were pretty on the money with that criticism of Team Spirit. Their roster does not stand up at the moment when it comes to what we expect from them. So hopefully they'll be able to put themselves in better positions to display that skill that we have seen from them before, but haven't done just yet. And potentially the same for Twisted Minds, but it just feels like it's a little bit more discordant over in that camp. Yeah,
I think that's the right way to put it. It's definitely discordant in Twisted Minds, because you're putting together a team that maybe hasn't worked together very well before. Maybe there's communications issues in that teams in terms of like who's doing what. A lot of different nationalities over there. And again, for Team Spirit, I purely think this is a case of just them being very well ridden to. As per usual, they're a very strong team. Most teams are looking out for them. They've had some of the most play time throughout the year, even last year, in terms of their ability. So a lot of teams can just go back and watch all those games, study exactly what Team Spirit's doing, because if you are a top team in EMEA, you're likely going to be studying the likes of Alpha 7, the likes of Team Spirit, etc., to figure out what you can do in your own game. So that does make sense. I do think it's just that first week they'll probably have to change things up on their heads for Team Spirit. That's fine. It just means you'll lack a little bit on those league ranking points. You don't really want to end up lower than, I'd say, around about 8th place, I would say, if you want to secure a confident finish over towards those finals.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, it is top 6 from this lobby that get a direct qualification to PMGC, right, at the end of the finals. That's in the middle of October, so a little bit of a way to go. But yeah, you're right. Getting out of these league stages over towards the finals, yeah, top 8, really an important hurdle to be able to get over that one. So Team Spirit right now, they're in 12th place. And remember, 4 teams haven't even played yet. So it's a lot shorter of the mark.
So for a team that yesterday did extremely well as Virtus Pro, honestly, some great stats that came out from this team, and overall really confident gameplay. I was extremely surprised what we were seeing from Virtus Pro, because this is a team that, you know, can find some success on the outliers of these circles, but they were just forcing their way in, and they made some really good decisions. Overall, I think this team's matured a lot, and I think that is the one thing I would say massively about this team, is just a sense of maturity from this squad, because I think a lot of these players, including Icy and Koa, they were rip-raring ready to go a lot of their games in the past, and they were always trying to look for those picks, for those eliminations, and pushing maybe where they shouldn't have. This time around, they're really taking their battles and choosing them carefully, but they still have a lot of that firepower that graced them in the past, which allowed them to make some of those questionable plays, but they still worked out because they were to win those team fights. You had a little bit more of that strategical mind in it. Man, they're doing extremely well off the back of that.
Yeah, they are certainly doing incredibly well. You know what's helping them do incredibly well? That's right, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro. The smartphone that all of our pros are using over the course of the tournament. Features a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display. Delivers up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. That is right. If you want a great platform to be able to deliver in your PUBG Mobile games, head over and check them out. Anyway, going into this first Sanhok, I'm excited to take a look at Brute Force. Right, this is a team that we haven't seen so far. I really want to see specifically Frieza as well, who was by far and away the strongest rookie from the spring season, come through and deliver on a conversion into a second season, right? Because it's always great to see a rookie perform, but what's even better is to see them continue that performance and to develop into a seasoned professional. And that's what I'm looking for from Frieza. I think it's safe to say he was probably one of the most successful rookies in the world coming into the spring season, all the way up to EWC and PMWC as well over there. It was really, really impressive stuff coming through from Freezer. So hoping for a little bit more on display there as well.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, it was mainly Freezer who was performing well in PMWC and EWC, which is the funny thing, right? Where the rest of his team weren't doing all that hot, yet he was still putting in the work, putting on the numbers. And for a player that has only recently made it onto the block in terms of the pro scene, very, very well done. I think Brute Force as a whole is a very strong squad. Potentially maybe needs a little bit of work like Virtus Pro, who have certainly worked on their more tactical mindset. And that's fine, because I would say that, again, I always say this, that mechanical skill is very hard to hone. We've got the double thumbs up with the thumb sleeves on as well. But yeah, it's a very difficult thing to hone is mechanical skill. But if you've already got that in there, and then if you just go from that, using that mechanical skill and then add a little bit more tactics in there, it's very, very easy to raise the overall level of a team quickly. It's much harder to basically drill a squad on mechanical skill who knows everything they need to know. Because I'm sure a lot of you at home, very smart. Very, very smart. I understand like a lot of these rotations, why they're being made. Some of you have been watching PUBG Mobile esports for a long, long time. We love you and we appreciate you. But you probably understand that that's a bad rotation. Maybe they shouldn't have done that. But it's a case of if you were to jump into these games, mechanically, maybe you wouldn't step up to the task. Who knows? You might be the next rookie on the block, in which case definitely try and sign up for registrations. But yeah, it's an interesting one. And I do think that Brute Force, coming back to that, they're a team that with a little bit of work from a coach in terms of just reading into some of the rotations, that's the way to do it. We do have a couple of player issues right now that we're waiting to get resolved before we get into the game, but we won't be long. We won't be long, we promise.
Yeah, we got to like wait a little bit more, but we're just continuing to reduce that stock, Blank. We're just simmering it down, you know. It's deepen the flavor on the ragu. What are you gonna do, Guild?
Are you hungry?
I scoffed a sandwich just before the show, so I've got food on the brain, and I'm going to continue to make food-based metaphor. I think at least for the first game, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you simmer everything, do you?
Well, I mean, simmered. if you're making like a bolognese or a ragu sauce in general, right? You want it. You create it. You know, you put your mince in, you put all your bits and pieces in, your veggies, your mise en place, everything goes in there, and then you reduce it. You know, red wine, all of that stuff, and then you let it simmer down for like 2 hours. Beautiful.
Sounds great. I like it. Yeah, made a stew the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was in the oven for a good 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's a common mistake that you put that people think that the longer you stew a stew, the better it is. Incorrect. There comes a point when you can stew the stew for too long.
Okay.
And you start to overcook some things within the old recipe. So yeah, it's like there's the golden rule is 150 degrees, 2.5 hours to 3.5 hours. That's like the sweet spot. There you go. That's some stew knowledge for you guys.
That is true, yeah, for using the oven. I wonder if a slow cooker makes it a little bit different. Because I know some people that swear by their slow cookers and they're saying, you know, 8 hours, I put it on before I go to work, come back, beautiful meal for the evening.
That's what you're doing with it, really.
That is true. Depends what you put in there.
Yeah, because certain foods go pretty bad if you cook them for that long.
Yeah.
Tough.
Low and slow.
Yeah. But like a paella, slow cooker, I'd own that. Ooh, the double. I like that. I like that they've got little numbers on the bottom of these ESL shakers as well.
I liked that AXA...
So you know whose is whose.
I like that AXA took the top off because he needed more volume going. He was like, that's not efficient. I need more liquid going in at any given moment when I take a sip. He needed that freedom. I respect it.
Yeah.
That's a man who knows what he's drinking.
He knows what's up.
I bet he simmers stews for like 2.5 hours at 150.
Probably. He's got it good. Looks like players are putting their headphones on and getting the old weird mic setup going as well. They all like to use. I respect that Power's like, we're just going to use ESL's nice technology. I'm going to use the
What?
headphones that have been provided to us. Yeah, you're not getting that file, Haji, unfortunately. I think he's much better at tossing the grenades in-game.
I would agree. What? Was that the Fireflux logo he just threw up?
It is,
oh, yeah. But oh wait, no, is it the Vibes logo as well?
It's probably the Vibes logo as well. They both have like very wing-like looking logos, right?
Yeah. That makes sense. I always thought that was the Fireflux one. Maybe it's the Vibes one.
Oh, it's the Fireflux one as well. They also do that.
Yeah.
I do think that the cool thing about Fireflux is they all have their custom-made silver necklaces with the Fireflux logo. And did you know that if you leave Fireflux, you have to actually hand in that necklace?
Really?
Yeah.
Have you made that up, or is that actually a true?
That's true.
I like that. I still don't know if you've made that up. I feel like
no, that's the truth.
Oh, okay.
It's like a dog tag. You got to hand it in.
Is that
very sad?
Do you have to hand in your dog tags? I feel like people get to keep them. I feel like that's a thing.
You got to hand those in.
Okay, I believe.
It's like phones
Sanhok.
at school. You got to hand them in.
Well, you don't have to hand in your Infinix GT20 Pro. That's right. You can outplay the rest with that. As we head into our first match of the day, it is Sanhok. Let's get into the jungle once more. Playing path a little bit northern leaning. Shouldn't be too bad, though.
No, again, for Sanhok, you can get anywhere you need to go on any kind of playing path. It's realistically on the circles that hurts teams. Maybe you get quicker to your drop spot to the start and you can loot up a little bit faster. But other than that, realistically, the playing path doesn't change too much here. Again, I think we have some of our strongest squads playing in this group today. This is a pretty wild and packed lobby. It might change things up for the likes of Fireflux as well as Na'Vi as more teams get a little bit better on the plate here.
Moving down south, Na'Vi near Guild. Na'Vi on that ruined split. Team Spirit on quite a wide split. Oh, some trouble over on the east side. I think that was... Well, it was Falcons, but is that Heroic who have lost a player? I think it is. They've lost one of theirs out on that east edge. Not a good start from Lakawi. We'll see where the circle goes, see if it helps them out. But over into Painan, we've got a bit of a scrap. It's RCB and Virtus Pro. Bishke through the window with the DBS. They seem to have a whole host of weaponry very, very quickly. Nice to see. Loxy with the nade, cooking it. Koa down to Nomi on the off angle, and that's going to allow them to push forwards. There's still a player close by, though. Not to worry. There's the out, and there's the drop down as well. Regnum Kaya Bra taking on Virtus Pro. Sealing the deal on 2, and it's Icy and Malloy.
I mean, for start here, RC Bra versus the guys on Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, who won the Sanhok yesterday, getting ripped to pieces off the bat right like this is pretty depressing for them. In a big old fight, start things off here in Painan with another lovely nade through the window, bounces off, arcs it in, and leaves Virtus Pro just with the one pro alive.
That is not good news for them. Icy Boss rolls on in. Oh my goodness me. Okay, a bit overzealous to swing the corner there with the knife out and go for the flush, but Loxy doesn't die at least, and that will mean that they can go on as 4. An unnecessary knock maybe, but they loot the entirety of Painan, and the fact that that fight concluded quickly is very, very important. The fact that it's going to be swift gives them a lot of opportunity to move away from that location and establish sightlines before they can get third-partied.
Yeah, I think for RC Bra, maybe Loxy just didn't have any ammo left, so he acts more like a buffer for the rest of the team. That would make sense to me, because a lot of times we see those pushes come through and it's like 1 by 1, and you open yourself up for a lot of 1v1s, in which case Icy Boss maybe wins that out. But if you've got no ammo, you may as well be cannon fodder. You throw yourself in there, you're another target to try and hit, and you can potentially get another couple players in there, add that distraction comes through. 3 guns pointed at you. Very unlikely you'll find either of those targets. But overall, yeah, I think that for RC Bra, a good fight to be taken early on. Potentially Virtus Pro didn't expect it. They were all the way on that north side almost instantaneously. So you lose 1 knock, a lot of the momentum is stolen from you. Heroic on your screens, lost a player early on too. Now, I'm not sure exactly who that was over to.
Falcons.
I think it was either...
Yeah, it was Falcons.
Yeah. Then where did Team Spirit pick up a point?
So I think that RCB only got 3 points here, which means that I think Team Spirit got one of Virtus Pro on an outpost near Painan. So they pinched a point away. managed to pick that one up. Falcons took a player away from Heroic early on the drop over to the north side of Lakawi.
Okay, so maybe that's what completely ruined the guys from Virtus Pro then, in terms of just losing a player early and then just not having the manpower to fight off versus RC Bra. And they quickly took advantage of that as well, which is good. You need to do that in those situations, especially for Painan. Awesome rotational route out. Not so awesome if you're contending with a team on the north side and you have to either push down towards the south or the north. So yeah, for RC Bra, perfect opportunity at the start of their game here to get some points on the board. Na'Vi still in though. They're over towards Ruins. They have a little bit of a long swing to make up towards that north side of the map.
Yeah, the north side with the circle. Going to be pushing the teams up that direction. Enigma Galaxy not in the lobby, otherwise they would be on the longest trek, but everyone making their way north nonetheless. Brute Force on the north side, spreading Cow down to Tap Mock right now on a bit of a split for their loot phase. Going to be pretty happy with this. The bridge out on the west, I mean, it's an option. We generally see that get a little bit more hectic as teams struggle to move in on the south, but in general, there's actually quite a lot of room on the south side, it looks like. Not too many teams have made that move just yet. Guild, they are over towards Cave and could contest vibes on their rotation a little bit further west. You've also got Na'Vi, who are moving on and actually have kind of cut off the rotation now for Guild. They've moved along the south side of Quarry. They're moving up the east edge of it now, with Fireflux a little bit ahead, but split. Na'Vi could be a bulldozer through this position.
Yeah, it's a very, very fast rotate from Na'Vi. Considering just a couple of seconds ago they were in Ruins, this is almost instantaneous. Heroic, though, looking to fight off against IWNRX, but they're down to 2 players now after losing that first initial knock, and another now to IWNRX. Zedwolf looking to get up towards that front side. Incredible Molotovs go through. Luckily, Walsh stays alive, but Jafar and his buddy both on extremely low HP. Even a tickle from a nade would do the trick.
Bounces long. The first aid saves his life. Did manage to get the cook on that one. Kine looks for another as well, and that will be the end of them. Heroic down and out. Not going to have a repeat performance of yesterday's start. IWNRX happy to pick those points up. They are now up in 7th place, putting a couple more numbers on the board, which is good news for a team full of very strong players. Zedwolf in particular, yet to have that impact, but it's good to see them have a good start at least.
Yeah, again, I think for IWNRX, a really strong team. And again, we saw that from yesterday in terms of the points they were able to accrue. Like, it didn't look bad for them at all, I would say. It's just one of those days where you don't always get the circles, but they put up a consistent scoring. Na'Vi just had a lot more fun on their rotates in terms of being able to take down a lot of these feeder teams. His Guild, though, coming against Falcons with Spark. Opening things up on this tree. He is struggling now, but with an initial pickoff over towards Dexo and leaving Wagner very low, maybe there's something available for him.
Zero, nade up high. Looks for Falcons, but goes a little bit long with it. He's close range now, but Park has the DBS. Misses the first 2 shots around the edge. Goes for a challenge on the other side, and this time it's good. Lands the mark. There's Na'Vi rocking up third party to put pressure on the back of this fight. Maybe give Jakey an opportunity to do something. Caught in the mincemeat there. Goodness me. Lemon now with another nade. Putting it over the top, and Na'Vi looking to find Jakey now. How many points can they pull away from this one? A lot of those will go over to the other team, so they won't manage to have picked too many up there. 2 eliminations found for Na'Vi.
Yeah, almost so frustrating when you take down the final player. They're coming through from Guild, but again, you provide a huge amount of space for yourself. There's Camp Bravo and towards the south side, the 2 remaining players from Team Falcons. But yeah, this is that roaming playstyle we saw from Na'Vi just yesterday in terms of them flying in to take space, and it does create a huge amount of area for them to play in. Now they've sort of removed Guild from the scenario. Falcons are very much down and out. Maybe they get a quick backstab off here and there, but other than that, now Na'Vi has a huge amount of area to play on this northeast side of the map. Heroic down, Guild down, Falcons almost out, and Virtus Pro also out of the game. Does make this a little bit more forgiving for rotates early in the game, just because there's not a lot of space already been taken within the circle just yet.
Fireflux have made their way to the west side of Paradise Resort. Nice little push past Team Spirit. As Team Spirit try and make their way to the compound, should be fairly safe there as well. RCB, oh dear, their transition out of Pioneer, not without its dangers. It's like they've got 3 players alive there. It's Frozen. It's going to be able to handle that one very, very easily. The rest of RCB, that was a very, very far split, a very big scout distance there for RCB. And now they found Brute Force. They've swung all the way up to the northern side with their remaining 3 players. Brute Force with their first contest of the lobby. Loxy tries to hide behind the door frame, but steps out into the sightlines of Judo, and that's not going to go well for you, Loxy. I'll tell you that for free. Another 2 players left for RCB. See if they can keep it down, because actually there might be a third party coming in from Footballers Chaos.
Yeah, Judo, good front line here from him. Able to take down at least Loxy, and now RC Bra in a little bit of a tough situation with just the 2 players left remaining. After a good start to the game, Salas looks to get even closer, in fact. If he can open up some space here versus Judo, maybe the team can get Loxy back on his feet, with Brute Force actually playing quite far back here on the other side of the ridge. Vibes makes a wonderfully brave rotation over towards Paris Resort from the south side of the map, and it goes quite as you can imagine, where all 4 players did go down. A little bit silly, in my opinion. Big mistake.
Not ideal. Not ideal. 12 teams remain now, though. Brute Force getting that res on, allowing Judo to get back to full HP. Should be ticking that one up fairly shortly. RCB, 3 players. And they do get the compound, but they do lose Erangel in the meantime. 3 players on the north side of this circle, though, looks pretty healthy compared to a lot of the other teams on their situations right now. A lot of teams out to the west hills of Paradise Resort.
Yeah, I think that Team Spirit taking a lot of beating right now from Trovo 2030 as they try and make this cross. Nomi goes down. You got Ragnarok behind you as well. Kitsune quickly switching from spot to spot, but Yusuf again catches them. They've got such a crazy sight line over towards Team Spirit. Several spots taken up, and Kitsune is sort of an unresable situation now. Matic gets taken out from the side. I think for Team Spirit, this is exactly what I said earlier today. It is a case of just misunderstanding some of the sight lines that can be taken. It feels almost sloppy.
They did opt to go into this position as well. It wasn't like Trovo 2030 established this around them. They were there before, and Team Spirit moved into this valley, into this crossfire. They didn't have the power to go for it, and they paid the price. And now it's just effect remaining. They didn't really do too much in response either. I think they managed to get 1 of Trovo 2030, but at the cost of 3 of your own players, I don't think that's worth.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think for Team Spirit there, that was, again, like I say, sloppy gameplay. Like you push yourself there into the valley where Fireflux has angles from you on top of the rooftops in Paris Resort. You get caught out by Trovo 2030, and I think at that point you just disengage. You pull back towards effect rather than trying to push through that open ground in the valley. Not ideal. Na'Vi now looking to make their rotate down towards Paradise Resort. They're going to pick up one of these compounds just on the outside edges. They are very much playing edge at the moment, with a lot of other teams opting to play more central, which does give them a ton of space to play in.
Actually, lighting up Twisted Mind's rotation. Doran, though, weathers the storm. Not too many, well, no rounds connecting. 3 players for Twisted Minds moving up, and they're right into the compound. Power allow them to join them in these buildings. They weren't able to hold that bridge, which is not something you really expect from Power, especially with all 4 players alive. Alhaji doesn't want to let any more through the cracks. Will suppress the player out on the bridge. That's Rob's for Twisted Minds. They don't want to let him get close either, but Alhaji now more preoccupied with the players in the compound.
Alhaji looking to take down Rob's here. These sprays are good, but just not quite finding their mark over towards Rob's. More bullets hitting the vehicle than Rob's himself, and they do get themselves up towards ridge side. And this is a fantastic position to actually assault on towards Power's spot, and they opt to just give this one up. They're going to move further down the hill towards the compound that sits a little bit over towards that eastern side. Satan's already scoured it. He knows no one's here. It's a smart move.
I'd agree. I mean, you have to leave that compound anyway with the circle. You are going to get pushed away from it, so allowing Twisted Minds in there means that they're going to have to make another maneuver around Power, so give them more opportunities to take those sightline sprays and maybe connect onto the vehicles that they've already done a lot of damage to, remember. I think specifically the UAS will have taken more. This looks a little bit better for them. The health bar on this vehicle looking quite tidy, but it just goes straight past and into a walled compound on the northwest side.
The North, Brute Force, kind of playing out a normal game for them, especially for this circle. It's kind of one of the nicer circles for Brute Force, since one, they play really well up from Cow. They played the circle multiple times and won from this position multiple times as well. RC Bra being the last 3 players on side. Brute Force should have to back it up a little bit, but they have information on RC Bra's location. Question of playing this one now. Na'Vi opted to head down towards the rocky outcrops that sit on the south side of Paris Resort. Do limit sightlines from IWNRX and Fireflux, but there is a question to be had. The rest of this game for Na'Vi is, how do they really get themselves out from this spot now? They make a wide swing over towards that western side. They have to make a decision pretty quickly though, John.
It is about these quick decisions. It will come down to it. That open area between Tap Mock and Paradise Resort. No one's stepping foot in it just yet. See if anyone opts to go for that. Robs gets caught on the back lines there. I think that was to Power. Could be to Zeus, depending on exactly who had sightlines there. Zeus playing right now, I believe, yeah, just 2 players alive. Holding on the south side of that lumberyard. Footballers Chaos. Close by to Na'Vi, and they have no idea that he's there. Default somehow fades the first shot, but not the second. Luckily, there is the rest of Na'Vi to back him up. With only Flip, though, remaining. Hang on a minute. It's going away from them. It's tumbling down the hills around them. And Na'Vi, they might have just taken too much damage here against Footballers Chaos. There's 2 players alive for Flip to handle, and I don't know if he's in the position to be able to go for it.
It's going to his teammate back up. It's sort of annoying as well. I feel bad for Na'Vi, because actually if they continued on this rotation, straight past Brute Force, there's a position in Cow on the south side they could have played. But again, hindsight 2020, they'll look back on this game, not something that they would have known. And I think this is the right play with the little information they had over towards this side of the map, and you just don't know that Footballers Chaos is here, literally just snaking it in on the edge of the map, looking to catch off some of these rotates that maybe come from the south there. Yeah, Na'Vi back up to 2 with Default and Flip, 2 very strong players. Brute Force does spot this. I think likely going to be the end of Na'Vi very shortly.
Doka Machine. First face, 2 nades, crisscross, but not going to find the applesauce on that one. Flip over the top with the DBS, good for 1 as they're back up towards the back lines. They aren't going to get the re-knock onto Flip, but they found a foal. Behind the tree, the off angles are there as well. Flip hits the deck again, cooking the nade, needs to suppress something, needs to find another knock. Will find 1 on the off angle. Now 2 more players for Footballers Chaos to be able to handle this, and he's out behind the rock, behind the vehicle, popping the first aid. Nico close, Storm very far away here, leaving this in a 1v1. Has to deal with IWNRX in the off angle, leaving Footballers Chaos in a difficult scenario here. Default going to bleed out, but Nico up to the challenge with the DBS. Not going to work. Flip manages to make it happen, charges out of the blue zone, and will go on as 1. Na'Vi not out of it just yet.
That's actually hilarious that he stays alive there. I mean, Flip has been fantastic throughout yesterday as well. Awesome games. And a really, really good hold from just the 2 of them. System at 5 elims. Likely be able to play his position for quite some time. IWNRX themselves in a tricky spot, but smokes are going down. Get themselves up in this fight versus the Falcons' final player of our league.
Molotov, Kain, standoff, gonna get burnt out of his corner. Not where you want to be. Ali spray down towards Wolf on the off angle, not quite getting the knock, but a lot of damage. He'll know that. He's read into it, forcing the heal, jumping out into his own Molotov, and gets cooked alive by Kain. With the shots of the DBS, gonna lay him down. Fireflux up top of the hill from Paradise Resort now. Maybe looking to find the off angles.
Zedwolf finds Scarface. That's from a cross on the other side of the road. Looks towards Lux, who has to get behind a tree. Almost hits the second headshot there, which would have taken him down on a knock. Playzone will remove Scarface. More shots flowing through from Frozen there, out in the blue. He'll likely have to leave at some point, but he does open up the angle there for Zedwolf, who quickly finds that pick.
MVP candidates, potentially for Zedwolf. He wants to charge against Fireflux for it. And it's a good challenge. Hang on a minute. Did Flip just take him down? That's a nade over the top. Zedwolf falls. IWNRX is out of the way. And now still a 1 versus 2 on this scenario. Solke crawling over towards Lux as he back up to the tree.
Man.
Flip is... What a soldier this guy is. He keeps on going. No stopping him on the east side for Na'Vi.
Very much down to the wire there with the med kit as well. Solke will leave, but Na'Vi, wow, what a play from Flip so far. Certainly flipped this game on its head in terms of living out this long. Just one first aid kit though, not ideal, but 7 elims now for Na'Vi. Once again, really living up to that hype of being the eliminators of the lobby so far. Lux will have to leave at some point. Flip knows it.
Let's wait for it. A little replay on Flip's clutch up against Footballers Chaos. That was 1. That was 2 there. And range with the DBS, getting that flush quickly. This step out with the DBS, though, as well as being on that left shoulder disadvantage. Really, really great stuff from Flip. Taking the fight dynamically. Doing a little bit more to hold. RCB, I don't think they're going to pay much attention to his position either. There's actually Doran to be able to light that one up. RCB, yeah, they just can't make it past this open ground against brute force. Loxy, I think, is up to the wall, so maybe have a chance to move forwards, but the rest of his team, not so lucky.
Instantly, brute force moves over towards Chudo. That's their outpost, right? On the side of the lumber. But yeah, brute force should win this game. They've had such good games from this position in the past, especially starting in Cow as well. It's such a strong place to start to a tack mock finish. And here versus Yusuf. Power at 7 elims. Tied close with Na'Vi this game. You know, Flip
Power
actually
fan.
could take down both Trover and Power. He's wandering this way.
Yusuf should be aware that there's a player over here, but Flip's in the circle. He's got a rock to play. He could even take down RCB as well on his northeast flank.
Yeah,
And
easy.
there goes Trovo,
He's
and
exposed.
there goes Power. There's 4 teams remaining. Loxy, I mean, he should be easy pickings, right? But the question is, does Flip want to draw attention his way?
I mean, to be honest with you, it's not likely he'll get a second place. But if he can secure at least a third, that's good money for Na'Vi. Off the back of a solo this long. Incredible stuff. Just need to peek that angle though. And it's a question of whether Loxy can pick up that elim over towards Flip. Both players need to move. But for Flip, he's slightly safer. Loxy steps up, starts to make the run. Flip goes down. The worst moment to Freezer of all players. And a 4th place for him. 7 elims though. Great game. Great comeback, I'd say, from Na'Vi. From what was a tough rotation on that south side. Now it's Twisted Minds, who are having a much better game today, with just 2 players of Lord and Doran left remaining, but not a huge amount of elims available.
No, and I don't think it's very likely that they're able to get any of them, to be honest, at this stage. It's completely known where they are by brute force. They also know where Loxy's going to be. They saw that roll up. They'll know exactly where everybody is in this lobby. There is no world in which brute force lose this. And this is exactly kind of, well, maybe not exactly what I wanted to see from brute force, but certainly a good way to start their tournament. I want to see, you know, big, aggressive games coming through from this roster. And this is a sort of move I wanted to see. Freezer charging in, Judo as well, crossing the road, lobbing these nades in. They don't want to give them any quarter. Out into the blue zone with 2. And that is going to take them down all the way from tap mock brute force. Get the circle shift up the top, and they make it work. A beautiful way to start the bidding for them on their charge for the tables here at the PMSL.
Yeah, great chicken dinner from brute force, and what we expected as well, to be honest with you. From the cow finish over towards tap mock, yeah, that makes total sense to me for brute force to win that game. Freezer once again stepping up there. You can see him, the man just from one left from the right. Really strong player overall. And I think that when you look at brute force as a team, that wasn't a tremendously spectacular game by any stretch of the word, but what it was just a well thought out and well strategically played game. I mean, it's like I said, it's a position they've won from multiple times before. They just need to do the set motions. They didn't do anything crazy, but it got them there. And I think the real story during that game was Flip from Na'Vi, almost securing them as 3rd place actually in that match.
Yeah, he just peeked it towards, or was exposed towards Freezer. Ah, okay, there it is. That's what going behind the tree. Maybe should have tried to dart straight to that rock up the top there, but really not much you can do. There's no easy decisions to make, and the only way you could make that decision if you knew exactly where everybody was. And
it's a funny one.
We can see that, but
yeah, it's a funny one because the way he was looking, I think he was looking to catch off Loxy. I think he saw Loxy as he made his run. but to actually take the shots, he was exposed to Freezer. So a bit more of a tough one. But I think that the position in which Loxy was in, I think you're still right. You make that dart towards that rock, and that would have been the right play, because even if he doesn't pick up the elimination on Loxy, it's likely Loxy's going to go down fairly shortly.
Yeah, and I mean, Brute Force did clean it up fairly quickly after that, right, as well. Let's take a little bit of a break. Brute Force charging out of the gate strong with a chicken dinner to kick things off. They've got Erangel up next. We'll see you in a few. we have had our first dose of brute force coming on in, with the first match of Sanhok going their way in convincing fashion from their tap mock hold. It was, I mean, it's just what happens when the circle goes up north for them. We're going to be heading into Erangel, though, and they'll have to test their mettle on the grassy pastures as well against the rest of our teams. Here are the points from that first match. 16 points on the cards for brute force and 11 from Flip, primarily on Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think for brute force, overall, good game from them. Really good game. Very standard, right? You just get the points out, and 16 points, nothing to scoff at. They do that 4 times today. Bang, you're on the same level as Na'Vi was at the start of the finish of their first day. Na'Vi, though, not letting up with 11 eliminations. Flip and Default once again being the masters of the charge here. Such good stuff from them and Regnum Karya Bra. So basically the 3 teams that we still expected to do well, especially from the teams that came in from today's group. It's nice. It's all lining up right now. It's all perfectly balanced. Team Spirit, though, 3 points. This seems to be a reoccurring trend of the 3 points. They get somewhat into the game and then make a sloppy mistake and they go down. So I'm not really sure what's going on Team Spirit's side. I'm sure that there is a reason behind it, but I'd have to ask and find out, which I'll try and do later on today. IDV and RX, 1,700 damage done. So they were really working hard in this game, but just didn't make it that far in. They certainly saw the most action out of any teams with the 9 limbs they were able to get on board.
Yeah, the final blow was dealt to them by Flip from Na'Vi as well. So unfortunate for them in that fight with Fireflux outside of Paradise Resort. Fireflux and IWNRX took down one another. Fortunate, but that's how it goes. And Na'Vi were there to reap the rewards for it, laddering up all the way to 4th place in the end. Yeah, in general, a great truck from that southeast side. Paradise Resort is always such a sticky area of the map, I find, on Sanhok. When you're looking at, how teams can navigate it, how teams can move around it, it is very, very treacherous, I think, to say the least. It's very easy to get bogged down and get stuck in there, difficult to get out of. Let's take a look at some head-to-head stats between Brute Force and Twisted Minds, another one of our teams that we've been looking at to get a little bit further into these lobbies. Brute Force, certainly more successful this match, but Twisted Minds, maybe a little bit less so. They sort of petered out earlier on. They had that fight over to the western side where they tried to push in to the compound, and they sort of were given ground by Power. Power did end up falling down, but so did Twisted Minds on only 2 limbs compared to Brute Force on that north side, doing much better.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, very little damage considering it's 2nd place 293, so they sort of just hit this game out, and fair enough considering they lost a lot of players early on anyway on their rotates in. Brute Force makes sense, 1200 damage, 60 limbs, 6 knocks, very good conversion rate with hardly any damage taken at 374. Na'Vi and Falcons coming up next for you in terms of a head-to-head, because Na'Vi and the Falcons went against each other quite early on, just weren't able to get too much done at all on that side though, with the Falcons getting rocked up on them by Na'Vi. Na'Vi just had a great game, 1,210 damage, and I think Team Falcons, they just had a lot of early scraps, but they weren't able to get too much further into the game. But it's nice to see that they're actually pumping damage. They've got Ali on the team as well, one of my favorite players out of the entirety of EMEA. Really, really good player who's consistently kept his head high throughout all the teams he's played on and played at a strong level despite that.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that you need to be able to do. I mean, it is sometimes unfortunate and can be a little bit galling if you are that player who is that standout performer on a team where the rest of the team aren't quite meeting up to that mark. But it's better to have that sort of a player than to have a player that can't really pull their own weight. So swings and roundabouts. Personally, though, that's the sort of player that does last in the scene. Let's take a look at some stats from Power, who had their own standout player for themselves. It was Al Haji, who has been a long-time standout performer for this roster. You can see the damage there from that last match. Looking really quite strong there, 1,500 damage, 7 eliminations. They did well on that western side, but they didn't quite get as far as some of their counterposing teams.
Yeah, I think Power, not a bad team whatsoever, but you can see the damage they received. They were constantly fighting, 1,000 damage total. Sort of insane the way it worked. And I think that for Power, I'd like to see them more do a little bit more in these games. They were very good yesterday. Here's the ticket sales going out for PMGC, though, later on this year. You can go find those out as a limited early bird discount of 40% that you can check out. So scan the QR code on your screen right now to find out more about that. It'll be all held down in good old London. Now you can come and join us in our home country, which will be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading out to London, the XL Centre, going to play host to PMGC later this year. I'm excited for it. Even if I'm not invited in a professional capacity, I'm getting a ticket. You can count on that. Hopefully, I'll get invited though. That's what I'm looking forward to. It's going to be brilliant to watch these teams take the scraps to the world stage. And of course, top 6 teams from this tournament are going to be going there. So if your team that you support finishes in those top 6, make sure you're scrolling back in that YouTube feed. Make sure you're watching those VODs back. Scan that QR code because you get that discount for grabbing a ticket to see them live and in person on the world stage.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be very, very fun. It's going to be an awesome tournament. I've already heard very good things about it in the works. But yeah, so I'm excited to see that one come through. But yeah, we're heading into our second game here of the day, which will be over on Erangel. Obviously, going to be a fun one to watch out for. I'm excited Brute Force to continue doing some strong work in these games because I think that they've started off strong and that momentum is not likely to die down.
Hopefully, they can keep things going. Throwing out the props to their teammates. Okay, twist the moustache. What if it was there? I sympathize. I cannot grow facial hair to save my life. It does not work. It's a bad time all around.
Yeah, I think for IDV NRX as well, this is a good team. This is a very good team who do put out some big damn, right? They put out some big damn in their matches, but sadly just not able to fully convert those into the big wins just yet. Twisted Minds as well, still on this journey of finding themselves, I would say, honestly.
And it may be a bit of a long journey as well. I mean, it's the sort of roster that does need a lot of development, I think. You might even need to sort of restructure some of these teams, some of these players into different styles in order to unleash the beast with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL. Unleash the beast at www. Oh, Christoph, stop it. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. There you can check all of that out. You can see those logos on the back screens there behind our players. Give them that platform to perform.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the player. Look, you can tell players are getting ready to go when they do the old posture adjust and they start to sit up straight. But yeah, headphones going in. I imagine the noise cancellers will be on very shortly as well as we head into games pretty soon. But yeah, I'm excited for this match over in Erangel. A little less hectic there over on the old Sanhok. For Team Spirit, I think something needs to start getting done. Maybe today or tomorrow. I don't think it's too late for them, so to speak. But again, they always do this to us. They always do this to us. For Team Spirit fans in the chat, you'll know that it is a brutal thing being a Team Spirit fan because you're not sure when they're going to pop off, but you know they will at some point. So it's hard to be like, oh, Team Spirit's not doing great right now, but I'm pretty sure maybe like in 2 days they'll do really well.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. It's very difficult. You're always clinging to those armrests on your chair. You're getting the nail marks scribed into the underside of them as you watch these guys. It is not always the most pleasant of experiences, but in general, you can see great things from them, and that's what a fan will want to see. Hopefully, everybody is loaded on into the lobby. Everyone's paying attention, and as you said before, they've racked up their posture. They are ready and locked in, getting ready for our first Erangel of the day. The teams are once more taking to the skies over the grassy pastures as we open the bidding for more points in match number 2.
So Erangel, for us here, you get a nice little fly through of the map itself before we head on in. And playing path is on your screen right now, going from Hospital, I imagine, down towards Sosnovka. So very much a Western leaning plane here, in fact. So a little bit difficult for these teams to actually work with, especially if you want to head over towards that eastern side, honestly.
It's going to be a long road to get to somewhere like Yasnaya. I think that's going to be fairly inaccessible. Lipovka as well. difficult to make use of that sort of an area. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a Novo drop, to see a military base potential conflict early on. And I think those south positions in the west coast are going to become populated as well. Georgia Pole, another very high priority spot based on this plane. It looks like only Heroic are going to go to the north shore. They're aiming for Zaki, but given the lack of parachutes out to their east, I wouldn't be too unhappy. Oh, hang on a minute. No, it's not just Heroic. There's another team with them. Who is that? Who's getting Aggie up on the north side, both going over to Zaki? That's a bold choice.
Yeah, very bold choice, and a weird one to say the least. I think Zaki's not the one that you would typically go for a lot of times, but there you go. The teams have decided that that is where they would like to start things out. Again, with this kind of plane path, it's really tough. You can see how short the plane path actually looks here, and already it will be Football is Chaos taking 2 knocks right off the bat with a pistol kill into the old shotgun pump over towards Yetka. So it hasn't gone great here for the guys on Heroic. And a massively eastern shift on the circle as well that leans down towards Sosnovka, making this one of the most tough games.
This is pretty nasty. Heroic managed to get the better end of the trade, though. And they know that they can transition to North George, given the lack of parachutes that dropped out in that area. With this circle, unlikely that a team breaks further out to loot out that position. Falcon's the only team that might look to do that right now, and they have grabbed some vehicles, but it's more likely that they head over to Yasnaya, try and move into the north side, or even Rosok as it goes. Football is Chaos, they're trying to grab some loot, maybe get some retribution, but I don't think Doka Machine gets out of this one. The question is, can he take someone with him on Heroic as they go? Gets the knock onto Jafar at range with the micro Uzi there. Steps out and steps straight back in as the nade pushes it back through the door frame. Out the back there, through the fences. Kevin with the challenge, has the M4, free-spraying the corner, catches him, and that is going to be another knock. Jafar can get rezzed.
I mean, for Heroic, that's gone extremely well for them, actually. I mean, from Zaki, it's not the most horrible of rotates, especially when I rotate over the top side of Severny. I mean, you'd have to go past Team Falcons, which is a little awkward, but, you know, it's certainly possible. On the other hand, you got Trovo underneath them over towards Hospital. Twisted Minds already in Milton. Team Spirit on their farm split, so they didn't have to move too far from their original drop location, just a little bit of a parachute across. But for Twisted Minds, they hold a massive space of area. So you imagine by zone 2, they should be able to get a fairly central position, I'd imagine. They even dropped in slightly late here, but it's the fact that Football is Chaos, they go for a bit more of a split drop, so it's 4v2. So smart from Heroic to all divert to the position where they see only 2 players head towards. It's just a classic case of Football is Chaos not checking the parachutes on their way down.
I mean, just go to North George, right, in that scenario. And you're right, if they see those parachutes, they clock it, they see there's no one out to their east side, you just go there. It's free real estate, right? Like, no one else is challenging you for that. Falcons ending up going to Severny, in fact, as the team who could have gone to North George, but with the circle, unlikely. They want to go a little bit further east, so getting up to Severny, nice and easy for them. Vibes, they are looking to move around through the north side of Pachinki. Na'Vi, Brute Force, Guild, all on Military Island. So we did see a lot of teams dropping down south as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, for so many teams heading down towards Sosnovka, it sort of makes sense because you can make that rotate through the Eastern Bridge as well, John, which is sort of where you'd want to head on over towards. Yeah, for a lot of other teams, they are starting to make their way in now. They realize that there's a long crossing to make to get over towards this side of the map, and with there being only a few really prime locations, if we went dead center here over towards this circle, yeah, you sort of want to go for something like an early rotate into this circle, especially you can start taking up this side of the map on the east, which you know is completely free as no one was able to drop over there early. You can start saturating this circle quite quickly, I would say.
And it will get pretty wet pretty quickly. Saturation levels going up and up and up. Trovo 2030 making their way in. Behind on the tail of Vibes, and team up to their north, and they got Fireflux out to their north side. Yeah, they are really getting entangled on this rotation. Could prove to be tricky. But for now, everyone's behaving themselves. No one's pulling up, dropping out, laying down a volley of fire. Not just yet, anyway. Sure, it's not too long for it, but for now, this cooperation.
Yeah, again, for a lot of these teams, mostly it's going to be a case of you see people rotating in, not like to take the fight. You realize that you also would like to make it over towards the eastern side of the map, so you just give up the chase and focus on the real goal of the game, which is getting somewhere to play. Trovo, in fact, is going to take up Garage, which makes sense. You will have some shots coming through from the northern side of that position, but in terms of a rotational spot, if the circle moves away from the hillside, I think this is a little bit stronger for Trovo 2030. So I do like that. Brute Force, on the other hand, I'm imagining it's going to be a bit more of a boat trip for them over towards maybe Milta Power later on in the game, where they're playing in Novorapnoye.
Keeping those vehicles nice and safe for future use inside the solid walls of the garage. Make sure you keep those tires intact. Qtel just keeping an eye on things, controlling the situation. Teams now have managed to get very, very close to one another. No one has gone down other than, of course, the early players getting knocked out from football. It's chaos, and I'll have to take that back because Effect has just spotted Lemon from Na'Vi. Team Spirit looking to try and stop the team moving in from that military island. They've gotten across the bridge now, but they are into that fight. Team Spirit's still a little bit spread, but they can recoalesce around it, and that is a flush. So a point going over to Team Spirit and away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, a little bit of a struggle start for them with the 3 players. Again, that last game we saw them happily vibe on through to the end of the game with just the 1 player in flip. But yeah, losing a player early like this on Erangel, a little bit of a different story on Sanhok, where you can snake it out a little bit easier. Here on Erangel, you certainly need to make sure that all your bases are covered in terms of positions. We're currently just waiting for that stage 2 to come on through. Virtus Pro taking hell of a long time to rotate out from Primorsk, actually. They do all have vehicles, so likely they're going for the gambit, waiting for stage 2, and then just sending it over towards a position that looks fairly decent. The only problem with that for Virtus Pro is this goes dead center on the circle. The plan does look a little bit worse for wear, as most teams have already taken up position around Milta, around Shelter.
Virtus Pro making moves. Getting on through the battlefield as best they can. That's what they're looking to do. Try and keep their position towards the top of the tables. I'm sure that's on the mind of many. East Shift, this is pretty difficult now. Over to the Milta Power Peninsula. We see circles like this get very messy. Brute Force, I'm looking at what their rotation's going to entail, because they could now go for a realistic boat rotation, but they've got to do it right now, and I don't think they're close enough to the coastline to be able to make that happen. They kind of forced to go over this bridge at this stage, and that is going to be a really, really tough rotation for them.
Yeah, I mean, there is boats down towards Novorapnoye. It's just a question of, like, I am unsure why they didn't make that rotate earlier over towards Milta Power, as opposed to trying to go for this Eastern Bridge rotate, because a lot of the south side of the Eastern Bridge is open. Now, the one thing that Brute Force could do is head over towards the Western Bridge, make a really long wrap over towards that northern side where Falcons are currently coming in. Again, that is a tough one, and will limit your game just that much.
This is currently the scrap for the top of the hill that sits as the boundary of this peninsula. RCB moving in at the same time as, I think this is Fireflux at Trovo 2030 as well. Taking central position atop this hill gives you a lot of control, but a lot of teams want to take it from you. So swings and roundabouts. Twisted Minds doing well against Guild. Taking a lot of shots out their way and doing a lot of damage as well. Looks like they've managed to get 1 flush. And there's a knock still established against Guild.
Power here, you're Satan rocking up towards Wizard Tower. It's a little bit further up right now. I think this is the position that Trovo left earlier on. And now Power just slowly making that domino approach over there. Team Spirit on our screens. Yeah, so honestly, this is a team that should have a good game, right? Coming from farm, like, again, the rotation is a little bit slower from Team Spirit. as they were waiting to figure out where to go in. But I think they had a lot of time, them and Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds down towards that south side. I'm trying to confirm for anything too scary. Heroic here, looking at the player from Falcons as they rock up towards the building. Walsh on the outside and hoping to pick up some of those shots.
Falcons successfully getting into this compound now. They can go for the full scrap with Heroic. There's Volt on the off angle dealing with Spark, so a little isolated 1v1 as 3v3 happens up the top of the hill, further in towards the circle. Ali, nade, tries to bounce it up to the top floor, but he descends the stairs. Hope as well, trying to keep that bombardment going. Another nade goes in high, and Jafar is having to dodge these nades. So difficult to do. It's basically just a gamble as to where Falcons are going to isolate the player. A shot over towards Walsh on the back line slows Heroic down, and finally Jafar steps the wrong way, and in goes Ragnar immediately. Kevin on the top floor of the opposing building can't do anything about it. This is great from Falcons. They are making this one work for them. Volt up the hill needs to push further south. Falcons are holding this out. Heroic losing steam as time goes on. They started well over towards the northwest side on their Zaki drop, but it's just not going their way here against the Falcons as they start to spread their wings.
For Heroic, they have just struggled on this fight to even find anything off the back of it. Kevin heads out the window, but I don't think he's long for this war, with Falcons holding him out very consistently. Nade in hand, looks to pop this one round the corner, potentially. Might open up something, but highly doubtful.
Kevin has a challenge for one, but it's not even going to tag damage on. Ali takes him out. Heroic eliminated. Falcons up to 4 elims as well. Really handy stuff there on the north side of the circle, but they're going to have to get on the move pretty quickly because Virtus Pro are now getting ahead of them. Move along this coast, try and take position out to this east side of the circle. Ooh.
That's a nice nade.
I like
a very nice nade. Smoke in, try and support himself a little bit, but unlikely to happen there. Fireflux on your screens at the moment, making their rotate down towards Milton Power itself. There is a compound here to be played. There's a question of how empty is it?
There's Virtus Pro getting amongst Falcons, and there it is as well. The fact that Falcons concluded that fight sure was great, but unfortunately Virtus Pro took the initiative on that northern flank and take a player down from them. But the rest of the Falcons have managed to get ahead on the rotation. So is that losing that player worth getting ahead on this rotation? Only time will tell, but Virtus Pro are going to push in from the north side with IWNRX as well on the west edge. Virtus Pro may actually have a pretty tough time now moving further in onto this one. Foot Chaos sailing past Trovo 2030, launching himself up there. And a player from Fireflux, last player in fact, Storm, has his chance to take him down here and now. Spray through the door frame though, it's not going to work. The inside much safer for Scarface.
Yeah, looking a lot stronger. I think for Fireflux is a team that did pretty well yesterday. With just the one player left remaining, this is likely going to be a bit of a final stand for them. You can see the sort of differential as well between Na'Vi and Fireflux now, with Na'Vi heading up towards 74 points on the day. Power dropping off slightly as well, 59, opening up the gateways. 4 teams underneath. Zeus and Virtus Pro. IWNRX as well, also slowly gaining that lead, which is nice to see. Again, I do think IWNRX is a very strong team who stumbled when it came to EWC, sadly. I don't think that they were quite ready for that kind of pressure, because when they were playing here in EMEA, it was a bit more of a pub stomp for them, right? And they changed their playstyle to cater for that. When they went to the international stage, it didn't work so well, which is why you start to see IWNRX playing a little bit more slowly, a little bit more strategically in these games. And I respect that, right? You know, right now it might not send them towards the top of the lobby. Consistency and time might be a different factor.
North shift on the circle, really hard up towards the Falcons, pushing the teams like Twisted Minds, like Vibes, all the way on up. How long can Scarface survive here for Fireflux? I feel like it's very doable. It was actually, it was Scarface, wasn't it? In the Los Leones finish, up the top of the tower, in that urban environment. Able to do a lot of work and allow Fireflux to be towards the top of these tables. So great news for them. Not so great for Brute Force, though. All the way on the south side of the circle, having to push all the way up. Virtus Pro now embroiled with IWNRX. They've been trying to get through this wall for a while now. And the nades from Prison high ground here. Starting to ring out. Both teams exchanging bombardments. A lot of damage. Well, actually, not too much damage onto Kine. He gets away with that one. Bishke scouting out towards the IWNRX position. And they just want to get out of there. They don't want any of this fight.
Yeah, IWNRX. Oh, tough spot to be in. Likely was to leave one of their players behind. Zedwolf moves up to the front line here with the MG3. Gets a huge amount of damage off, in fact.
Spraying him down. Malloy down and out for Virtus Pro. A knock over to IWNRX, but not fully flushed just yet. But there's a second, and that's going to make it much harder for them to make this work. But these angles just working for Zedwolf. Gets into the buggy, repositions. Might be able to find at least one here, if not two. Virtus Pro down to 2 players active. One of them's going to have to deal with the res, and in goes Zedwolf. He wants to send straight towards the backlines, hops out and does the work. Gets the deck as well, and the shotgun trying to find its mark. Pump 1, pump 2 is good for it. Can Virtus Pro survive? Can they weather the storm? Because Team Spirit looks like they disengage, or are they going to go into this?
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit, this would be a great opportunity for them, right? To move towards that north side. You know, the 2 players, this might give them a chance to at least get a little bit of space. They scout it out. Nomi has a good idea. Matic's there as well. 2 really good players that play off one another very, very well. But Bishke getting back up on his feet and Zeus coming in. Maybe the timing's just a bit off now for Team Spirit. I think it's time to just leave.
Yeah, just get out of there, Turntail. Icy. Sending Matic away with a parting gift of plenty of bullets to the bumper. Not going to be happy about it. Neither's the vehicle. That's going to go up and down. Nomi out. Eliminated. Yeah, Team Spirit are out as well. Completely swept aside. Unfortunate from their western edge. And again, this, as you said, should have been a game that Team Spirit should have done well in. But once more, they find 3 points on the match and fall short.
Which is unfortunate. 3 points a game here for Team Spirit seems to be the general trend that we're seeing come through. Falcons with that central location, really strong compound to hold. They do only have the 3 players, but it doesn't really matter all that much for them. Got Zeus versus Pro. Vibes all on the edge here with Na'Vi taking up position over towards the cliff sides. Next to the blue crates. Brute Force playing far back towards the east. So it could be a very cool finish here. Between Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Brute Force, and Falcons. Falcons looking to put up some points on the board.
Vibes. Launching nades over towards Zeus. They are kind of trapped on this circle. A look at the surround that exists on them. Trovo 2030. And Zeus out to their west. How do you get past this roadblock? For Vibes, I think this is done and dusted for them. I don't think they get too much further. Can they get some points for it, though? That's the question. Falcons in their central position. Very, very happy. RCB trying to descend the hill, but Virtus Pro making it tough for them. Nades being traded back and forth, and that's a lovely launch over towards Koa. Finding exactly what they're looking for. Virtus Pro, they're on the outside track, but they found Loxy in response.
That's a good start in nade there. The only problem is Koa is down, and in comes the roll-throughs on the buggies. Icy Boss with the pump shotgun needs to get something done. Artfully dodging the vehicles. Virtus finds the first there. That was insane.
And Virtus Pro close it down. How do you make that work against that hold? I mean, those nades to open it up were great. RCB not going to go too much further. Vibes are eliminated. I thought it was only a matter of time. There they go. As Trovo 2030 hold that out. Zeus as well, really suffering on this western side. They have managed to get these reses on board, but they are super, super low. They're trying to move now. But where do you go? If you're Zeus, you just find, I guess, yeah, go straight to the cliffside. Get into the water. You can't really waste too much time. Twisted Minds are going to have some time to take some shots down towards you if they take a look out there. And yeah, you can't be open on a broadside like that. It's just not going to work out. But Zeus still have 4 players alive, which I'm quite surprised about, but they make it work. Eren finally going down, bring them to 3.
Yeah, finally. Took a little while. It's done now. A lot of teams making it in that I didn't think would actually get over towards this side. And again, this like cliff face gives you a lot of support, a lot of cover. There are shots coming through here. Na'Vi somehow weathering the storm over on that northwest side. Good nade and a shot from Flip coming through over towards Doran. Dude, Na'Vi, even if they're down on players, doesn't really matter. Still popping off here in the game. But for Falcons, if the circle shifts down towards that south side, they should have a good game ahead of them. It should be one they win.
I would definitely agree with you there. Even on 3 players, the advantage they have from this compound could be insurmountable. Brute Force on the east side, though, do have that ridgeline, or at least a little bit that's what's left of the ridgeline that sits on the north edge. Twisted Mind's currently with the peak of that. You can see that they're sitting there, and that is kind of the major threat right now for Brute Force's position. But Twisted Mind's going to struggle to leave this spot. Na'Vi on the crags, as was almost everyone else. A lovely shot landing from Maniac there on Zeus over towards Doran. They've got troubles of their own, and yeah, slap bang on top of Falcons. This is their game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. That position is so strong. And again, for Falcons, there's realistically only Trovo from the backside that could cause too many problems. It's likely going to be a crash that spells doom for him. How is Na'Vi doing this? You tell me. Lord really should be hitting these shots. It's actually unbelievable. He's missed all of them there.
That is kind of crazy that none of those tagged on, but Na'Vi going to be happy about it. Zeus are in the way, though, for Na'Vi still. Drawing attention up to the high ground Lord, popping that bandage. Doesn't have any first aids left, which is pretty detrimental to them. Okay. Taking himself down. Denying the point, I guess? Or a funny bounce on a little bit of a bottom of a cliff position. Takes Virtus Pro out of the match. Won't be seeing them anymore. 7 eliminations, though. Decent game.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all for Virtus Pro. I mean, it's not horrible. The momentum not being able to drag on through, though. Brute Force, I think right now they're likely just looking for a 5th place. Another kill over towards Zeus here from Na'Vi. This is unbelievable stuff. Again, Flip and Axa putting in the work. This could be easily up to the 6 eliminations if he hits this nade.
Another nade over the top. Doesn't quite find it. Maniac goes very, very low, though, from the nade from Flip. Or I think that was from Axa, actually. Just keeping it going. Those ones go a little bit longer. There's a re-knock almost immediately on towards the back lines. Maniac now flushed away. Darkin trying to stay alive, but gets that first aid off. Not going to be able to get his teammate back up. Slipped down the cliff on that one. I don't know if there's a way back up for him, but either way, Na'Vi now split. They can't move as 2.
No, that is unfortunate. But again, takes down Darkin. For Na'Vi, there's still a little bit of circle to work with here for him. Zeus goes down with 8 eliminations. Again, not a bad game for them, but surprised to see them go out basically to Na'Vi here. And Brute Force continues to put themselves in a situation where maybe they can get up into a top 5. Doran has to hit a big grenade here. He wants to keep the dream alive.
Doesn't connect. Has 3 more chances. Nade over arm. Over to Prepod. Will find what he's looking for. Freezer now last to stand for Brute Force. Another one short on the ridgeline. Uncharacteristic for Doran. Pops that one over, and that looks a little bit better. We'll take Prepod down nice and cleanly. Freezer now not going to have to worry about going for the res. Twisted Minds, they haven't managed to get Coops back up just yet with the zone putting pressure on them. He's just going to have to crawl, so they're on their players too. A nade up the hill for Freezer. Could find what they're looking for, but Doran's already taking flak from an off angle. A little bit short on that one as Doran hops up and makes pace towards the edge of this ridgeline. This is that high ground ridgeline I was talking about, and an overlook towards the Falcons angle.
Twisted Minds continuing to push through. Got Freezer all on his lonesome. Big player from Brute Force. We've had 6 teams in this lobby for quite a while now, John. Everybody refusing to go down easy. Finally, Trovo 2030 has to move. I think they're the only team with 4 players left inside the lobby now. I'm incredibly surprised Na'Vi's still going, but they are certainly a resilient squad, if nothing less.
Trovo are now biding their time. These placement points do start to weigh on the mind when you get to this phase of the game, right? 6 teams remaining. Every team you take down, if you take down a player from these stragglers, sometimes it can not only be worth the 1 point, but the 2 because you ladder up a position as well. Trovo, they go for their crash, and it goes kind of predictably. They lose a player on the roll-up, but Yusuf actually managed to get a trade and an open door now towards the Falcons. Ragnar in for the fight with a Bison, runs out of ammo, and a second goes down to Yusuf. The Falcons are crumbling here, and they have one more hope in hope. Looking to try and break through the door. That's good for one. Yusuf at the backlines has to go for the heal here. Flush should be easy. The Bison as well in the hands of hope. Swaps out to the M4. 40 rounds in the magazine. Doesn't need to reload that one, but will stop the Bison back on up. But an off angle there, and the Falcons are dismounted.
I mean, for the Falcons, this is exactly what I would say would be the reason they go down, is just a crash in the end game. I mean, able to weather that crash. And for Total 2030, they make a good push over towards those buildings, and that should now confirm them at least a win here. They do go down to 2 players, though, so maybe there's a chance. This is a very fun ending for us to look at here, John.
Everybody's been tearing shreds out of one another, and no one's looking anything short of raggedy at this stage. Brute Force with Freezer downhill, Twisted Minds. They've got the prio position in this spot right now, but when the next circle pops, they are right on the edge and are gonna have to move on open ground. These smokes that have been keeping Freezer safe, they're gonna run out eventually. I don't know how many he has left, but pretty shoddy looking armor for Twisted Minds. I know Doran was on very, very low supplies before. 2 more smokes remain for Freezer. You can see how wary he is of the players up the hill there.
Twisted Minds down to 2. Lord and Doran. Having the high ground is kind of big here. Na'Vi still threatening from the side with just the 1 player. In Flip, certainly a threatening man, to say the least. Trovo 2030, though, as time goes on, this next circle, last one to be seen, will push them off the top of that building. And again, this is an interesting setup because it's where these multiple teams of solos don't really want to fight one another. They'd rather take down Trovo 2030 as they all have to leave this comfortable situation right inside the building. If that nade hits, it will be a miracle.
It did not. Flip takes a dip off the edge of the cliff. That is, I mean, it is a choice. It's very difficult to move over this headland. And the fact that he knows there's a player there means that he may be able to sneak up and cause a little bit of mayhem. But I think Scarface is going to know. An outcrop of rock. Freezer finally taking contact. But look at that immediate response from Trovo. And it's so difficult to get rid of Freezer here. 4 Twisted Minds, but they really need to do it now. Doran does manage to find the mark and evade the bullets as well from Trovo 2030. A massive pickup for them, clearing that south flank, but how do you get over this open ground? It's just not possible. It might be a play to jump down, but I don't even know if they can reach the water from where they are. They might have to swim out through the blue, and at this stage, I don't think that's tenable.
Oh, man.
How do you do that? Flip is magic. He sets fire to the water, and Scarface now can't hit the terrain. No, he does. He just a slight little sliver of something, and Flip just skimming underneath his point of view. He sees him. Oh, they're racing. Oh, who gets it? Oh, Scarface just managed to get back to dry land in time. Goodness me. Flip nearly making another miracle happen, but a lovely shot from Doran to open this up to Ragnarok.
I mean, stage 9, this is what most of the teams are waiting for, especially for Trovo 2030. In terms of their positioning, they had to leave at some point, which is why they're carpeting the grass here with smoke to try and get themselves out. Don't know if you can... Maybe he gets this res. I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
No way. If he
I saw that nade.
It'd be pretty good if he hits it.
Launching it up, I'm sure. He's waiting for the cook. The blue zone's almost upon him. He has nothing to lose. Throwing it up high, the blue zone takes him down, but from beyond the grave, will it be chaos for Doran? He's going down to the shots, the nade dribbles away, it's not having an impact, and it's Trovo 2030 to use that smoke cover. Twisted Minds looked like they might have a shot there, but it was snatched away from them. On the edges of the cliffs, they take the tumble, and it's Trovo 2030 to find the chicken dinner with a great crash on towards the Falcons' position. They take Prio compound and win things out.
Yeah, honestly, for Trovo 2030, like that was a strong push over towards the Falcons. It made sense in the moment as well, and it worked out really well. Again, for the Falcons, just not too defensive there on that compound. I think if you're looking at Twisted Minds as well, I think they had a very good run of it, and it could have been a very different story for them. I think the circle just starts to push them out into that open ground where they don't have the cover. I do feel like they could have maybe finished that fight a little bit quicker for themselves over towards Trovo, even pushed up towards some of those tree lines. As soon as all those smokes went down, there was a big opportunity for it, because you can't see them, but they can't see you either.
Yeah, it's a real difficult ending on that one. That southwest side in general, I think, was really, really sticky. Getting out from that hill over towards the peninsula. A very interesting finale as well, like you highlighted when we had about 6 teams remaining, right? It was just kind of anyone's game, except for maybe Scarface. And when Na'Vi decided to jump down as well, they kind of put themselves out of the mix of coming top spot. But it was really interesting for a long, long time. That standoff with Brute Force and Twisted Minds up the top of the hill. Quite something to watch, but Twisted Minds can't quite go the distance. They were denied that. Yusuf leads the elimination tally with 5 on that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we take a look here at the match rankings. 16 points there for Trovo 2030. Twisted Minds getting away with the 12. And it's Na'Vi once again to make a showing in third with 10 points for the 6 elims they were able to accrue. So very, very fun stuff there from the match rankings. Na'Vi getting themselves 4th. They went out 4th. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Firefoot's going out in 5th. Yeah. That makes sense. And third.
In third.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my brain was having a little bit of a go at me in those moments. It's like, what's going on? Don't understand it. But there you go. But Team Spirit,
it should have been, yeah.
The
I was
classic
going to say, it should have been having a go at Team Spirit for getting another 3-pointer. It seems to be a 3-point curse going on for them right now in this tournament. They need to do better, which is unfortunate. And it should have been a match that they had a good chance at taking control of that hill, that lumberyard hill. Should have been maybe not easier, but certainly looked more coordinated than what they went for in the end this match. It didn't quite work out for them, but certainly worked out for Trovo 2030. They managed to get off the hill, they managed to get into the compound, and they managed to take the chicken dinner. We'll see if they can do it again after this break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Welcome back. We had one hell of a finish on the Milta Power Peninsula on that last match of Erangel. We've got another match of Erangel coming right on up, though, very shortly. My name is John Allen. With me is Blanca. We are back at you again with PMSL EMEA. We're moving in towards match 3 now. We've seen 2 great results from Brute Force on their games, I think it's safe to say. And Na'Vi continue just to post numbers, primarily off solo performances in these first 2 matches, though, it has to be said, Blank.
Yeah, and I think for Na'Vi, it's just some weird gameplay going on. Everyone's entitled to their own types of gameplay, absolutely fine. But yeah, it's very aggressive, and they're sort of just bullying a lot of the other people in the lobby, even when they go down early, as long as they're getting through some of these fights, and they're happy to give bodies to make it happen. But yeah, very, very enjoyable, completely salvaging a lot of their games. Let's take a quick look at this head-to-head between Brute Force and Trovo 2030. This was the 2 teams that made it all the way to the end game, with Trovo 2030 making a fantastic crash over towards the Falcons, taking advantage of the fact they only had 3 players, so a lot of scouting was done beforehand. They were one of the only teams to really survive down on that southwest edge. As the 4-player team, they waited for the right opportunity to strike when there weren't really any other teams in the lobby that could contest that crash. It was a smart play in Trovo 2030.
Yeah, it worked out very, very well with the fact that Falcons were on 3 from their fights earlier up towards the north side, spending one of their players essentially to get past, I think it was Virtus Pro, right? Up on that north edge, yeah. Diminished in their resources to hold off that crash and really came back to bite them. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Interesting comparison between Brute Force and them as well. Brute Force playing in the shadow of Twisted Minds for a long, long time. And weren't quite able to get rid of them. It looked like they might be able to at some point, but their moves looked pretty clean. Trovo weren't quite able to hold off that ridgeline for long enough for Brute Force to survive. But in response, Twisted Minds couldn't quite get down cleanly either. They managed to get a knock, but then didn't convert on it. And couldn't take down Trovo 2030 in the end. Foot, Chaos, not really having too much of an impact. Falcons were very central and they should have had more of an impact on this lobby in that last match, but as we said before, losing a player early came back to bite them.
Yeah, it did actually cause a big problem for them at the end of it. And again, look at this.
Okay.
Get out of there. We know our strats, bro. All right. Come on back. Some mixed opinions on the rotations being discussed here. But yeah, Team Spirit having a little bit of a talk with their coach at the moment, trying to figure things out, whereas Na'Vi just very happy to be here as per usual. I think that is helping them their playstyle, right? Just the happiness coming through, even when things start to look bad, they're still playing fairly phenomenally in their games. It's nice to see. It is very nice to see coming through from Na'Vi. I also enjoy the fact that Na'Vi, for all esports, are now sporting this crazy looking tracksuit.
Yeah, it's got quite a luster to it, you know, that tracksuit. I mean, maybe they'll bring out a velour version in the end, but maybe not. Maybe they'll bring out a velour phone case for the Infinix GT20 Pro, helpfully featured there, being cooled off by the fans to ensure top-tier performance. He's not looking at it, though. He's focused. He's gazing into the distance to see the future for Foot Chaos. That's what they want to find. It's high fives all round for Team Spirit. Can they shake that three-point curse?
Yeah, I think for the three-point curse, it is a problem, right? Again, it's a weird one because you'd be a little bit more upset if it was 0-point games, but obviously they're doing something well in their matches in terms of their first initial engagement, and then after that it goes very poorly. So potentially some of these first matches, first engagements they're taking are a little bit too risky, leading them to having 1 or 2 players go down, and then it's the next step that's becoming a problem. I think if Team Spirit can get past the initial rotate in the games, things are fine. Things are fine.
Yeah, they just need to not get caught out in the mid game, but we'll see if they're able to figure that out. And I think in general, getting caught out in the mid game leads. I would sort of conclude from that they haven't figured out the rotations that are going on around them. So once that comes through, I think that will be a really, maybe not easy fix, but certainly an option. Bright colours on the Na'Vi jerseys there, shining, a beacon from the top of the tables. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Guild, a little bit lacking right now on the point scoring totals. Our lowest placed team, who has played yesterday as well. They've got 8 matches, and at the moment, Brute Force have more points than them, which is not ideal. 14 points for Guild so far. Brute Force in 2 matches, they've already accrued 24.
Yeah, again, I think for Twisted Minds, who are just on our screens very shortly, it's a case where you sort of want to see them do a little bit better in their matches. I think they're slowly figuring it out, though, especially after that last match. They get much further in, they look a lot better, and again, it's just a case of figuring out who's doing what in that team, and I do think that they're improving slowly but surely, which is absolutely fine, which is what you want to see in these matches. We are heading into our 3rd match of the day, and after this we will have our special TDM between Na'Vi and Football is Chaos.
Ooh, it'll be pretty good to see. If these last couple of games have been anything to go by, then I think we might see Flip turning up a little bit for Na'Vi over on the TDM. We'll have to wait and see. Na'Vi now head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby. 84 points on the cards for them. Fireflux with 68 as we go in for another drop from Severny down towards that military island. It's much kinder than the previous plane path. Remember, that was a hard southwest cut on the plane path. This one, much more available.
Yeah, again, this one is a much easier circle to play off the back of. We've not even had the circle pop yet, but either way, most people will be in a position to move towards it. And not only that, with this playing path, it means that you won't have massive gluts of teams all stuck in one position fighting off against one another, where one team comes out on top. That particular team was Trovo 2030 because they got into the circle early and can make some very astute adjustments on their gameplay. So again, I think that this is the kind of playing path that you'd like to see as a team in PUBG Mobile to give you the best chance possible. Again, though, there's some teams in here that haven't been doing great. Vibes Esports, certainly one of them. I've been a little bit concerned with their gameplay just in terms of some rotations that have made little to no sense.
Yeah, that is circle. That is ooh, that's nasty. That's going to cause pain in the near future. That's my prediction there. I think it's probably about 60% of this circle that is water right now. For a first circle, that is kind of crazy. It's going to push everybody down to this military island. Great news for Na'Vi and Brute Force. It's really quite likely that this ends up as a military island finish. I think that it's safe to say that it's going to be difficult to shift back up to the north side, but it definitely could do. However, I think if I was an IGL right now, I'd be calling a route down towards that military island as fast as possible. Virtus Pro have the inside track on it, so do IWNRX. Who gets that west bridge? Who makes that fast rotate off the center of that mainland as well to go through the water and get into the compounds on the north side of that military island? Team Spirit are well placed for it, but it might be an option for Virtus Pro if they can't get that west bridge either.
Yeah, I think that in terms of this circle, it causes some big problems in terms of like some of the rotations are going to come through later on and the speed at which some of those rotations need to come through.
Spray down. Brute Force are clashing with Twisted Minds. Okay, Twisted Minds went for an early rotate and they're holding the bridge. Brute Force just immediately light up Twisted Minds. Power on the chase for IWNRX, and this is Fury Road. We have made our way on in. Everybody wants a slice of this. Fidan, he's got a knife, but that's not going to slow him down. He goes straight on up. There's the stab. Looks to take him down. I think he got the knock as well. No, maybe. Well, at least the flush. Easy stays alive. They've got the tower. They've got the top of the hill. But in comes Virtus Pro. A third team tries to take control of this overlook onto the bridge position, suppressing the ridgeline. A lot of damage already onto power. Virtus Pro moving up into the scrap. Fidan down. And remember, there's a couple of players without weaponry here, dropping them over to their teammates. Blast the door off its hinges. And Bishke once more. Al-Haji off the edge of the cliff. Gives up the ghost. And Fidan left to fend for himself. Satan, it's the day.
We tried to get into the water. Yeah, tried to get in the water, but didn't quite make it, unfortunately, there for him. Virtus Pro absolutely cracked down on power, though, early on. Dear me. Twisted Minds also going down really early. Just so many early fights as the people attempt to get towards this side of the map. So awkward. I said that the circle wouldn't really matter. Apparently, I lied.
Yeah, you've been telling porkies there. That's a strike against you. Either way, the circle surprised all of us, I think, and this has been quite a dynamic early phase, and now maybe Zeus are joining the fray. I might need to see a replay over on that eastern bridge if it's possible, because Brute Force sprayed down Twisted Minds so quickly. Their names just filled that elimination feed really, really fast. Zeus now embroiled with the off angle, and Icy holds down the tires of the buggy. Enough time for his teammates to come back in and go for some backup, but can they protect him? Because he's down, he's knocked, his silhouette will be there along the way. Two players moving in on the vehicle, but one pulled out by Darkin. A nice spray there. Two players behind the buildings, and Zeus turning things around. I think this is 1, 2, 3. Yes, the fourth team to rock up to this position. And it seems like every time you rock up, you are the winner, but who's rocking up behind them? I think RCB have their turn next, so we'll see if they come through.
How did Erangel get that much damage up so quickly? That was crazy. That was insane. I like that. We have a Virtus Pro. It looked like it was going well up until this moment.
I'm waiting for RCB to join in, though. Bishke is there. Threads the needle. How on earth is he finding these angles? That was insane. Get this man the Fields Medal, because that mathematical precision, honestly, something to be marveled at. This
is a crazy... amount of action in such a short amount of time, John. The game certainly has to slow down because so many teams are just taking damage all over the place. A lot of squads already made it towards the circle. You saw Team Spirit actually make a crossing from farm directly down towards that northern bridge. You can see them there off in the distance that Football is taking shots at, but they do get into the vehicles and they are sending themselves away to one of the compounds that sits just on the northern edge here, which is nice. Firefox looking to make a similar rotate here, likely to be cut off. For Trover 2030, Heroic, Falcons, and Guild, who are all on the north side of the map, good luck getting into this one.
I mean, to be fair, coming through late might actually be an advantage. You allow all of these fights to conclude. A lot of teams are going to take a lot of damage. They've spent their time looting. They are banking on this. Except for maybe Guild, who are potentially looking to just guard out Falcons and take their loot instead. But either way, coming through well-kitted, well-supplied, later on might be good. The unfortunate fact is that 4 of them have gone for that as well, which means that there are going to be a lot of teams trying to go for that strategy. We'll have to see if they can make that one work. Next circle is quite a way away. We're still halfway to go on phase 1. But the zone will start to close. Falcons leaving Severny. They're getting past Guild fairly easily, and I don't think Guild are going to be too happy about that.
No, again, I think that for a lot of these teams on the north side, they are going to struggle quite a bit, and you need to be fast on these rotates now. Luckily, the eastern bridge is not very contested, as most teams are looking to head down towards that south side. Zeus getting pulled to pieces by Satan, who we saw broke both his kneecaps earlier on the fall down off the cliffside. Luckily, arm's still intact, so can shoot that gun on the PPBI zone quite quickly. Take down a couple, and finally shut down there by Maniac. And I think that should be power out.
Yeah, the 2 broken femurs, just a little bit too much, even if you take one with you. 3 eliminations for Power. So, again, a 3-point curse distributed between Power and Virtus Pro. Maybe Team Spirit have been making sacrifices. Everybody else is going to absorb that bad juju as we go into this match. That Northern Crossing, I mean, it's a fairly standard rotate at this stage. And you're right, Foot Chaos did go for it parallel, but Foot Chaos get ahead of it. Actually, are now almost entirely into the military base on that military island. So, good news for them. Team Spirit making their way onto the hills and moving close to that west bridge at this stage.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, like, in terms of taking the ridge side that sits over towards this western edge of Sosnovka, that's a smart play. I'm assuming that the circle is going to center up over towards that direction anyway. So we'll see how the game progresses, but right now people are just trying to get in, find somewhere to stay. Perfect park from Maniac, who now needs to send himself down the side. Luckily, the fall is not that steep, and he just feels a couple of crunches in the shins, but does get out of there. Lemon, though. Oh my god, it's on target.
Bang. Immediate. Oh my god.
Dude, the cannon on Lemon's arm, that is unreal.
This man, I mean, when life gives you lemons, you're pretty happy because it's bloody working for Na'Vi. They're going to have to change that saying after this tournament, I think.
What?
When life gives you lemons. Because now it's a good thing. It's a good thing when you get lemon because you win. So what now?
Isn't getting lemons a good thing anyway? Because you make lemonade. And then you set up a stand. And then you have a whole business.
The point of the saying is that you're turning a bad thing into a good thing, right? So what's so bad about lemons? Actually, what is so bad about lemons? What have people got against lemons?
Sour.
Lemons are great.
Sour.
Yeah, but like they go great with sugar on a crepe. Like, what's not to like? They're brilliant with fried fish. You know? It's an excellent flavor.
Contextually okay?
I think this lemon hate needs to stop.
Maybe.
There is a lot of aerial warfare going on right now. And it's not working. It's really difficult to make rotations like that work on the gliders, but
all right, can we just appreciate that? I'm pretty sure I just did the best impression I've done of Snake from Metal Gear Solid dying ever in that moment. That was pretty good.
I was talking, I didn't hear it.
I can't do it now. The first one was so good.
I don't even know what it sounds like. Maybe you need to get Adama and Kale on it to give us a recap.
Sad, dude.
On Snake's death sounds from
I'm
clipping
that. I'm gonna send it to Kale. He'll appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I was talking over it though, so maybe it faded into the background.
No.
Okay, good.
No, it was distinct.
Okay, I believe you. I think you nailed it.
Thanks,
I'm actually
bro.
really impressed.
Thanks, dude.
I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna bring it up when people talk about impressions. I'm gonna be like, you should hear Blank's snake dying.
Yeah, I'm a voice actor now.
That's it. Get him a contract.
I'm a voice actor now. That's right. Yeah, looking at the circle at the moment, seeing teams start to crunch in, and this has moved far over towards that western side. Ton of water in this game at the moment, with Na'Vi holding a big swath of the land over towards the western side. AXA playing a very, very long outpost for them on the southern edge. To be expected, for sure. Team Spirit has a strong spot. This technically should be a Team Spirit game.
Okay.
Technically.
Maybe this is what they're going to be able to achieve, right?
A technical Team Spirit game. But the question remains whether it's going to happen or not. Na'Vi could just come out swinging. I mean, they just look good. They look confident, man. I think that's the big difference makers. They look like they're enjoying themselves, and that can make a world of difference in your gameplay. Team Spirit, on the other hand, just haven't quite found that footing yet. And you do lose a lot of confidence as a good team, just not able to find those moments. AXA with an unbelievable spray down over towards Heroic.
Yeah, it's not going to work out. I mean, everybody who's coming in late to this party now is suffering. Guild is still on the northern shore. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to make it over the bridge, because Fireflux is still holding it. The way that the circle has gone does make it pretty impossible, but they could go for a late swim or a mad crash over this bridge. We'll see what they opt to go for. I think they're going over the bridge, actually, as AXA continues to ruin the day of Heroic, drowning them out. Bang. Oh, I thought that was on target for Kevin, but I got perspective. Perspectived, rather.
Perspectived, yeah. AXA, though, looking for these final two players from Heroic. Should find them soon enough. So he starts to swim out. I think the issue for AXA is he's just only got the one nade. You don't really want to expend this right now, but he's doing a great job as a solo. Oh, they've already left. They've already left. And he's going to nade the backside of this rock. I'm almost certain of it. Yeah.
Oh, they know. Default's there. He's ready. No one's challenging this coastline just yet. Brute Force might try and slip in along it.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, Volt, they know he's gone further. That looks like it's got a good arc on it. Is it going to go the distance, though? The cook might be too long. Takes Kevin down very, very low. That bleed out is certain. Just want to confirm it, but wasn't really needed there.
I mean, they might be able to get him back up, right? So at least they do get that nade over towards Jafar and secure themselves another Elim, up to 6 now. It's kind of big.
Up to 7. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Massive gameplay at the moment.
Where
I
are
mean,
RCB? Because they are... Oh, I guess they're down the cliffs as well, because they're in the midst of Na'Vi. There's got RCB and Heroic on their west side on the approach in the water. Falcons... Oh, this is the east bridge. Okay. They've gone for a very wide wrap, and they're going to have to push through either the northern hills, past Vibes, past Fireflux. Potentially one of the smarter decisions to go for in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they were so far out on that north side that it makes sense for them to go for that east push. I mean, they can fly over the side. The only issue they're going to come into is the fact that Guild as well as Fireflux are both already in position on that western bridge, which is likely going to be one of the only spots that you'll make it through into. Next circle pops, does confirm back again over towards Team Spirit. And I think at this point, if you are Team Spirit, you're going to want to play 2-2 split or a 3-1 over towards that compound that sits a little bit further down the hill and the compounds that sit on top of it, just for some more firepower, looking out over towards the eastern side, as well as keeping tabs on what's going on in front of you over towards the west. So again, yeah, technical Team Spirit game. The question is whether they can really convert this.
Brute Force up to 8 limbs. They've taken a knock, though. They're fighting out. They're trying to clear out this military base, but their northern outpost there is unlikely to be resable, especially if they can't get rid of Trova. You can see Freezer up on that hillside. Neos spray down confirms, but he's out in the open. Needs to be careful. A peek out from Trovo now can ruin it, but no, he gets to cover. QTEL going to be biding his time. Freezer still bleeding out in the open. No cover from Vibes, but they haven't peeked over the ridge just yet towards him. It's Brute Force. Gonna get enveloped by the blue soon, and Neos does go down. The off angles have been found, and it's going to be Foot Chaos from up the top over to their west side, who are taking shots out this way now. Attention has been drawn. But Brute Force already have 9 points on this match. It's already a successful game for them. So they won't be too miffed to be going down here. They found value. Spraying down an entire team early does wonders for your points tally.
Falcons, Ali, make their way over towards the position the currently Vibes are in. Kind of a ginormous game for Brute Force though. 9 elims is pretty big. They'll likely go down to maybe just the 2 players unless they get this res off. Football is Chaos taking shots over towards Trovo 2030. Another nice nade coming through from Neos, but the play zone will finally take down Threezer, leaving Brute Force just at the 2 here. 11 teams, quite a lot actually in these final circles as we come up to them. Zone 5 is usually things start to get a little bit more hectic, and they will certainly get hectic if this circle moves away from the cliffside.
11 elims for Brute Force on that knock and flush, but you're right, only the 2 players remaining. Going to be difficult for them to get too much further, but they have got a position on the southeast side, and Foot Chaos maybe looking for more. That's another shot towards Heroic. 12 elims for Brute Force. I mean, you unleash them on this lobby, and today is going so well. They are already ahead of Team Spirit. They're catching up towards IWNRX. This is a team that wants to win it again. Back-to-back seasons, we'll see.
RV, waiting for this next circle to pop now. This is where things are going to change for them. They already have an outpost in Axo once again, who's consistently playing as the scouter for the team, which I like to see a lot. Wild falls, wild dies. As Lemon will pick up Zelly. Another elimination to the tally there for them.
Falcons moving in. Have got a player knocked, Ali. At the back, they're giving that one up, trying to roll down. Solke spotted against the buggy, hops out the way and crashes straight into the tire. Diverts and Ragnar, how do you make that work? But there's the off angle, there is retribution. Fireflux, however, unlikely to get this res. It's already on a zone shrink, so you don't really have the time to be going for this one. Solke already low. Spray downs from Foot Chaos. I think investing the smokes, the time to get this is not going to be worth it. Fireflux need to get on the road, need to get further in, dig their heels in, see what they can do.
Might be Navi's first chicken dinner this game, actually. With this kind of circle, pushing over towards that western side. When it keeps a lot of that landmass in, and now it can go one of 2 ways. You know, either shifts back over towards the east, in which case Navi has a struggle of a run out to play around with, or it moves off towards the western side, in which case Navi can continue to play out open up things in this pretty barren area where teams will have to pass on through. Effect taking a bunch of damage here as well, John.
Team Spirit moving away from their high ground position, regrouping towards Nomi, that is the position in the circle. Foot Chaos now going to have to challenge off all 4 of Team Spirit. They can establish their sight lines. Do Foot Chaos go for this? Do they chase down the hill? I don't know if they have too many other options for it. Fireflux on the northern side. They are playing on as... Actually, they did get the player back up. Oh, the zone did stop shrinking. Okay. I thought the zone was going to push in and envelop them, but it was just at the right time for the zone to stop. They get back up to 4, but low HP, and it looks like their vehicles were smoking as well. IWNRX in their compound. Another potential winner here. As Foot Chaos have a terrible time moving up to the compound against Team Spirit, but Brute Force, they're still not done. Judo found as an answer. The pre-pod still going.
Oh, it's Lemon coming in with the nade once again. I mean, if you can hit these over towards Football is Chaos, I mean, they're down and out right now. They could at least secure some eliminations maybe, but some good smokes going through, denying the sight lines. And then it's close, but it's on the backside of the building. Really still need to thread the needle. Very hard to do through all this smoke.
Has 4 nades left to try, and especially with the smoke covering your position as well, to be able to get that angle, unless you practice this specific hill, this specific tree. It's unlikely. Team Spirit on the eastern side holding down well. Foot Chaos in this shack still under pressure. The smokes start to clear. Axa launching one, trying to bounce it over the roof. That looks so close. I think that was off the windowsill.
Yeah, it will have been. Somehow manages to find these Cheeky pickoffs. They need this smoke in front of them as well to deny the sightlines from Team Spirit. So this is a smoke they've put down themselves. There is a nade coming back over towards Lemon though. It's a whole lot of damage and he has to back out.
Drops a nade on the outside. Tags damage to Storm there. Dipping in and out. As Lemon ate a lot of damage from an earlier nade, but repositions off the tree. Not going to fall victim to it. 12 eliminations and pre-pod still rolling. Does not have more cover than the vehicles he's afforded. The monster truck is an unfortunate vehicle to have in this position. Being able to be spotted out underneath. I think Team Spirit may have some sightlines. Oh no, the hill is actually isolating that, which means that the monster truck disadvantage doesn't come into play here. Can't be too difficult. Nade in, out and around, a bouncer onto Nico, and Lemon finds another.
Nice. A lot of damage over towards them. Instead of threading these in, I mean, it's fair enough for Na'Vi. They know that eventually they'll need this spot.
It was Lemon. He managed to get it in through the post box finally. I think that's Foot Chaos out. Na'Vi up to 11 eliminations. Goodness me. Team Spirit on the east side. Got to be worried that Na'Vi are so on fire.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation they have to make, though, is a little bit awkward. They need the smokes. They need to take up that shack for themselves. Team Spirit's in no position to send the nades over, so the only reason they could really get into that fight is because they had the opportunity to take shots through the doors as they had to avoid a lot of the nades coming through. In comes the crash from Fireflux, and it goes pretty poorly to start there. Someone getting popped out of the vehicle almost immediately. Frozen and Kine, but it's 3 players still up and roaming for Fireflux.
Solkate potentially getting rezzed here as well. There is a player up to the back that could do it. A lovely nade in from Ketch. Catches Kine. Knocks him out there. They want more. They want the flush. IWNRX doing well on this. Sorry, not doing well on this roll up from Fireflux. They have found some weak points, and here comes the regroup. Another knock over towards Solkate. Seems like he's spending more time in the dirt than anywhere else right now. But up with 3. Fireflux got their opening, but another transition is on the cards for them. It's still pre-pod, though, behind, just trying to backfill on these. Na'Vi as well, with angles out this direction.
Yeah, consistently try and take pot shots over towards any team that's fighting. If they can reduce the numbers at all, it's pretty big. Good shot from Nomi, though. Does take down Default as he tries to back away. We'll buy them a little bit of time, but that takes the pressure off Fireflux towards this fight as Na'Vi has to regroup.
Keep themselves together for just a little bit longer. Team Spirit, only 2 elims so far. Everybody else has been getting stuck in elbow deep on this lobby, but it's not been that way for Team Spirit. Their gloves are clean right now. Scarface. Nade in for Fireflux, continuing this roll-up, trying to fully successfully dismount IWNRX, but there's the nade from Scarface. Another knock coming on through. Oh, it was a self-nade. He managed to knock himself there. Unfortunate, but Ketch should be able to get these reses. Needs to do so fairly quickly, though, because the zone is putting pressure on.
Yeah, and they're all bleeding out currently. I mean, they should be able to get at least one of them. Highly doubt they will be able to get the second. They spot where pre-pod is right now across the map. There's Default. We're looking to take some shots over that way. Next circle should push Fireflux out into the open as well, which is what Na'Vi's waiting for. Have to walk out into the open. Stage 6, this is quite a limited amount of teams. Only 4. You can see just how open this side of the map is. Not really being able to house that many squads.
Fireflux back up to 3, and Prepod's still going for Brute Force. Brute Force and Na'Vi both on 12 elims apiece. And Prepod has been a real terror to the teams rotating around that northern side. More still to come, I'm sure. Team Spirit, quiet in their compound. Wanting to add to their tally now as the shift goes southeast. This is Team Spirit's compound in. Na'Vi's not. Fireflux is not either. Prepod very close to the zone. I don't think he's quite in it just yet. Might have to shuffle forwards just a little bit further, and you can see downhill, AXA is ready for this peak.
Yeah, AXA looking out. Spot where these players are coming from. Fireflux crawling out from that position is the only thing they could really do. And the fact that Brute Force is still in this game is outstanding for that squad. Team Spirit with only 2 elims. The way this game becomes worth it for them is only off the back of a chicken dinner. Prepod still firing though himself. Finds a shot over towards Na'Vi, in fact.
That's a really terrible timing for it as well, because now is the time where you're going to want to move. Fireflux getting put pressure on, but Axa gets answered on towards with a volley. There is a 1-for-1 trade. Na'Vi are starting to be pulled apart at the seams here by Fireflux, by Prepod as well, who's now taking shots and trying to steal the elims away. Flip goes down. Prepod managing to line these up, takes Axa away from it, and there is more eliminations going over to the Brute Force tally. Goodness me. Flip added to it. That's 14 elims for Brute Force. Team Spirit have maybe just had their game won for them by a third party.
I think Lemon's disconnected, unfortunately, over on Na'Vi. Not entirely sure how, but a nade from Prepod over towards Team Spirit. Almost finds another onto Kitsune. Is finally shut down, but that is unfortunate for Na'Vi. You play with the 7 elims. Does get a disconnection come through at the worst possible time. Regardless of that, still a strong game. I think he's just got back into the game now.
Yeah, he is still in there, but right on the outside. Difficult to make this one work. Team Spirit haven't got Nomi up just yet. Instead, they've sent forwards all the way to the other side of the circle. Yeah, Lemon will go down. I think that's Na'Vi out now. Just Fireflux left remaining. 3 players alive. The fact that Team Spirit let their teammate bleed out, not too sure about that. I feel like he could have gone for Nomi on the res. But Kitsune Effect more preoccupied with Fireflux in the north.
Yeah, I think that they were concerned with just getting into position. I mean, you give time for Fireflux to regroup and get into the circle. You want to hold them out as quickly as possible. You know they're outside of this one. They'll have to push in, so you get the angles. Matix moves out to the side as well. Very, very smart play. And you just give up one player for that. But Scarface can find these shots over towards Effect, and he does get a tag on. Effect's position known, but again, they're fighting against not only Team Spirit, they're fighting against the blue as well.
At this point, Team Spirit have shirked the 3-point curse. They are guaranteed at least 6 placement points from this match for a 2nd place finish, that would be. Which would put them up at 9 points. But can they break double digits? A low elimination count chicken dinner. I mean, you'll take it. It's not ideal, but more points better than less points, or fewer points rather.
Scarface just goes down to the blue, realizes that if he comes out from that position, he's doomed anyway. Kitsune throws out one Molotov. Really not a lot of ordnance on the side of Team Spirit. You can see how they're suffering for ammo as well. They sacrificed the fact that they wouldn't be getting to the circle too quickly. Sacrifice getting to the circle quickly for actual supportive on the medication as well as the bullets, but Matic will find it on the crossfire. So that little conversation with them and their coach seems to be doing wonders there for them. But again, not a massive game comparison to Brute Force and Na'Vi. Even taking the chicken dinner, I still think they come out around up in 3rd place in terms of the match rankings, but you'll take 14 points. You can see they're not massively happy with that game because it wasn't a chunky one. Another team certainly did better than them off the back of it, but for the league ranking points, that's what they're looking for in these matches.
Yeah, Coach Madshaw should be pretty happy to see that come on through. The rotation that they took, they dropped in farm, obviously a very hectic rotation, but they know where they're going from there, right? It's, at this point, a fairly standard rotation to leave that central area, sort of just south of farm, on that mainland, go for that rotation. That was a beautiful little engagement from Eren, by the way, on that bridge crossing, just to note that. Really, really great stuff. But yeah, Team Spirit, they did a by-the-book rotation. They held that northern side, and in the end, they just moved across those hills to the north of that military base, nice and effectively. They didn't get caught up in the mid-game. The circle gave them a little bit of hope as well, and they were able to play off the back of it. So, is this the turning point? Are we at the inflection stage for Team Spirit? That's the question. Because whilst it is a low elimination count, it's good to know that you can win these games, even if you have to rotate into these circles.
Yeah, exactly. I think for Team Spirit, again, it's a struggle for them in terms of getting to that point in the game, and they really play it cautiously and safe because they want to secure a little bit of momentum for their squad. But for Na'Vi, as Brute Force, both just very aggressive teams with extremely good players on side. Some very good young talent over on that side of those teams. Na'Vi, 18 points accrued, with Brute Force taking 19, 15 elims and 13 elims. Na'Vi and Brute Force basically putting half of the lobby to bed on their lonesome.
That is really quite impressive. That is almost 30 elims just for that team. I mean, it's that 28 elims between those two teams. So you're right, it is getting up there for almost half. Not quite at 32, 4 elims short of that. But you add Team Spirit into the mix, and then you've got half the lobby. Top 3 teams take you down half the lobby. That's pretty impressive stuff. But it is going to be interesting to see what can be converted off of that. I'm really liking Brute Force so far. They had a real tough time on the eastern side of this circle. They had to fight through military base. They played a long game from Novo, and they just flowed around the south side of the island, sweeping teams as they went. Really interesting watch on that match. They sprayed down Twisted Minds entirely right at the start of that match, which was phenomenal stuff. Obviously great for their points tally, but great for leading out and securing a lot of area around them, right? You take a team that went early over that bridge, you take them down, you've got a lot more breathing room in those early phases.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that breathing room is technically what you absolutely want. I think Na'Vi were just clearing out so much space for themselves. It's what they do every single game, is they're very proactive when it comes to create that space for themselves, so they can have this like quite aggressive hold on them. In the meantime, though, we're going to go for something a bit more gentle. We're going to go for a little break, in which case we'll be back very soon.
We have had 1, 2, and a third match. And you know what that means, Blank? It's time for the highlight of the day. It's TDM, the jewel in the crown of our show here at PMSL EMEA. We are going to be heading into a call-out match between yesterday's MVP. Well, the team, at least, Na'Vi, were able to grab the MVP title. They called out Foot Chaos. The challenges for today, the MVP of yesterday, that is, picks a team for that TDM challenge. It was Na'Vi who called out Foot Chaos, and they will be taking on one another today, which is the next day in the scenario of yesterday. The team, you get it. Today, the teams fight 4v4 on the Warehouse Arena map for $500 per map, with a total prize pool over our games, our weeks, will be $6,000. That is 12 TDM matches that we'll be seeing. The format is first to 40 elimination points. That will be what we're seeing. You know it, you love it. We're back over to the Warehouse, baby. This is our schedule for the challenges. Every day after match 3, in the middle of the day, we'll be taking a little breather, heading over to the Warehouse to get things tidied away for our MVP callouts.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for this game that's coming through now. It's Na'Vi versus Footballers Chaos on our screen to start things off. And you're right, first to 40 will be taking that prize of $500 and $6,000 over the weeks that we will have here for PUBG Mobile. It's the Warehouse Challenge, week 1, day 1.
Absolutely, we are ready for it. We love it. You love to see it. Na'Vi, of course, right now, I feel like there's no way they don't win this. If you look at the standings, Foot Chaos are kind of down in the dumps. Do you think this was a call out like, well, we just want to win $500, right? Like, so we're going to call out this team, and they're going to go for it. Do you think that's what's gone through their minds?
I think this is, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what beef they have with this team, but they're going to take it to him either way. They had a little practice warm-up, and now we're into the game.
Who's going to take down the first monumental TDM match? That's right. It's up to Foot Chaos to try and take down MVPs from Na'Vi. But no one. Well, plenty of people are pulling the trigger, but no one's popping the fight off just yet. Axa wants to change the tune, but goes 1-for-1 on the trade, and Lemon goes down on the off angle. Foot Chaos doing well to start out with a small lead, but is swiftly taken back. 3-all, 3 points apiece.
Good stuff to start things off. Footballers Chaos and Na'Vi going either way. Flip on the side here, trying to get that angle on. Force them forward, further into the base. Looks for the double, doesn't quite find it though.
Broken Machine, high ground on the boxes as the ankle swept. Cracks his face on the corrugated iron paneling. Got bloody nose after that one. 6 points now to 5. A small gap open as Na'Vi lines it up with Flip. Taking 1, taking 2 as well. Retreat back to his team. No, can't quite make it. The ankle clipped again. Back by Nico. And 8-6 is the scoreline.
Na'Vi pulling ahead a little bit here, which is good to see. Default's got a cheeky angle up top, but is taken off it pretty well by Nico. Lemon, though, the true beast in the midst of Na'Vi. Nico looks to get around the corner. Flip will hold his own, but can do it, actually, versus the 2. Nice drop shot from him.
Lemon. Default playing off. 13-8 now for Na'Vi. Starting to extend the lead. Foot Chaos putting up a decent fight, though, it has to be said. They have not given up the ghost just yet, although the lead now does start to balloon. If Flip gets that heal off, you can see he's on 6 limbs already. Look at that spin out, but Lemon not going to be able to handle Broken Machine at close range. Okay, back to 4-point difference here. Foot Chaos are giving Na'Vi a fight, which I don't think I expected.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, 11-16, it's not looking terrible. Footballers Chaos, certainly a game they can bring back. Get cut, just find one, but Flip, yeah, with the double, 18-13 now. It's getting a little bit further ahead for Na'Vi.
Spray down 1 and 2.
Wow.
And this is great resurgence coming through from Foot Chaos. 18-16, and all of a sudden the swing goes in, and it's 2 points now in the lead for Na'Vi. Broken Machine holding the inside of the containers, relies on teammates holding down the flanks. As long as you don't have enemies on those wings, you know that you can hold forwards on that container, but as soon as they take ground inside there, you can't really be that far forwards. Na'Vi do take a couple of tumbles, and it's now even Stevens yet again. Foot Chaos bringing it back.
Yeah. Footballers Chaos. Up to 21-20 now, so kind of surprising the way they brought this one back from that amazing push they had on the side lane. Getting a huge amount of kills off the back of that one.
Default. Dropping out. Spray onto Storm. Flip. Getting it done as well. Trading off. So what is that? 10 eliminations for Flip? I mean, he's standing out amongst the team, but maybe they need one or two more players to stand up because it's only a 2-point lead that they've been able to take back control of in the meantime. Remember, it's first to 40, which means 14 points left for Na'Vi, 16 points left for Foot Chaos. Make that 15 as they tag one on. But Lemon, immediate trade onto Storm. 1-2. Gets that volley fire. Team play still keeping that gap at 2.
Yeah, Flip's certainly the warehouse warrior here for Na'Vi. It's staying pretty damn close overall. Lemon on the side there tries to get a little bit done. Daxa in the middle of a reload somehow brings that one back. So 4 elims ahead now for Na'Vi. Make that 3. So super close either side.
Doka Machine pre-firing the angle. You know you got to wait for it. Spin out either side of the container. Doesn't quite find an limb, but Doka Machine now under pressure. Storm needs to try and line up for an answer, and onto Lemon they'll find it. 4 elimination, 3 elimination lead now as Storm charges on in. A warehouse warrior in his own right. Default can't quite find the tag. A jump shot 1, jump shot 2, not getting it done. And they will finally take Storm down, but it is traded off. 33-36, 4 points needed for Na'Vi, but it's almost even now as Foot Chaos charge back into the fight. It could go either way. With 5 minutes left on the clock, it's definitely going down to 40. Let's see who can make it to the top.
36-35. And this is where things slow down because they realize it's one full team wipe and it's over. 37-35 now. 3 more elims. We flip up to 14 now. What a crazy game from him.
Spray from Storm. Ooh. Not quite connecting. The second one goes down. 2 points now the margin between Na'Vi and Victory. Yekta holding that sideline and goes down, putting them 1 point away. Nobody can die now, and Flip goes down first. A second on the swivel for Nico. 37 points now, 3-point gap. Na'Vi need to find 1, and that's all they need. Lemon unloads his magazine there, but doesn't catch Doka Machine. The drop shot and the backup is there. It's 39 apiece. Next elimination wins. 15 elims on the card for Nico, 12 for Storm, and they now may be able to take it away from Na'Vi. I don't think we expected that, but finally, of course, it's Flip to close it down. The chaos gets close, but it is going to be Na'Vi in the end, and oh, goodness me, you can see they were nervous. Those smiles, they might be smiles of relief on the faces of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it was close. It was certainly very, very close there for Na'Vi. Wiping some of the sweat off the forehead as well, because that one was, I imagine, not exactly how they thought that one would go down. But yeah, overall, a fun little match that we saw come through from the guys over on Na'Vi, who were able to finally take that $500 away from Footballers Chaos after the challenge was laid down by them in the first place.
Well, they win it nonetheless, and that is going to put them up, chalk them to a win. The first win we've seen, and you're right, $500. We'll see. I wouldn't be too surprised if a Na'Vi player managed to get MVP today, although I think Brute Force players are giving them a run for their money so far. So maybe a double call out, maybe it's going to be a Brute Force. We'll have to wait and see for the end of today, because we've still got 3 more matches to play. The victory, though, goes over to Na'Vi. They will sit atop their first orange bar on the TDM challenge board.
And there'll be 11 more to go after this. So stay tuned. Every day after match 3, we'll be playing ourselves a little TDM. Who comes out on top? Where? Obviously, a very, very fun game. But we'll be heading over towards our 4th match of the day very shortly, which will be Erangel, and then finishing it off with 2 Miramars.
Oh, yeah. We've got 1 more Erangel left to go. Let's take a break. We'll see you shortly.
Espresso Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's shot. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Na'Vi winning on the battlefields, winning in the warehouse as well. But they've yet to actually get a full chicken dinner. Despite that, really good point scorings coming through from Na'Vi. We'll see if they can continue that in our last Erangel of the day. My name is John Allen. Blank is here with me as well. And we are once again very, very excited for more PUBG Mobile. We're coming into map number 4 on the day.
Yes, we are. Almost there, honestly. And I think for...
Whoa.
Oh, he's got the glasses
Let's go.
on. Dude, this guy...
I've not seen this guy before. Who is that? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows who this guy is. He's pumping. He's pumping big time. It's Mr. Axa, in fact. Obviously, Smiley Axa. Na'Vi looking unbelievable at the moment in their games. So strong. Just coming off the back of their TDM win as well. Phones away, lads. Phones away.
Phones away. Get your phones. There you go. I feel like that's a different brand of Axa that we're seeing right there. That's like, you know, you got Smiley Axa without the sunglasses. He puts those sunglasses on. It's like, give me your clothes and your motorcycle. That's the sort of Axa I'm seeing there.
Yeah. The hell, man.
What?
Like
Have you
Terminator?
seen the Terminator?
Axa the
like
Terminator? Yeah, I respect
That's,
that.
yeah.
It's pretty
Terminator Axa. I mean, Na'Vi certainly doing bits right now. They are terminating plenty.
Oh, he's sorting his hair out. Fair enough. That's nice of him.
Okay.
I respect that. Come on, Icy.
You look silly.
You look silly, Icy. Let's
Yeah,
fix
let
that.
me just organize your frosted tips so you don't look silly.
got
I'm
him.
definitely a millennial.
It's got him good.
That's
Yeah,
right.
heading into our next game pretty soon. You got the old guys from Gildan on us screens at the moment. Not doing the best, honestly, as of recently.
Who do you think's got the best hair in the PMSL?
I want to say Koa. I respect the vibe on that hairstyle.
Okay.
It's the most unique one. That him or Nomi.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The curtains. Am I thinking of the right person? Am I thinking of the right hairstyle?
No.
No. Okay. I'll take that back. Oh yeah, with the hairband, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I dig it. Fair enough. I think those are two good picks. There's something to be said for the understated hairstyles, though. You know, I think everyone's repping pretty fresh looks right now, but they're going to be trying to rep some pretty fresh plays as well with Infinix GT20 Pro, our official smartphone here at PMSL EMEA.
Yeah.
That's right.
The AMOLED screen. It looks nice.
Oh, 144 hertz. I heard.
Yeah.
120 FPS.
Super good.
Stunning visuals. Wow. Na'Vi, with that last match, were in fact able to break 100 points on the overall standings, Blank. They are now on 102 points on 9 matches. We always say, if you're breaking that 10-point average barrier per map, that is a great indicator that you are a candidate for that first place spot. Right now, Na'Vi exceeding 11 points per map, which is great news for them. They've got Brute Force to worry about, who are coming up the inside track and come fast as well. In 3 matches, Brute Force have managed to accrue 43 points. That is a staggering record coming through, Blank. That is over 14 points per map. That is right, 14 points with 1 left over to spare per map. That gets them to that 43-point mark. That is phenomenal stuff to be coming out so early on from Brute Force. Let's see if they can keep that pace up. Slipovka to Primorsk.
Sending down into the map, Erangel once again. Heading over to this map. Obviously, last game was a bit of an outlier with an interesting circle that came through down towards that south side. In Sosnovka with Na'Vi claiming control over towards the cliffside edge, which is quite fun. We'll head down towards Primos, where Mansion Virtus Pro will be dropping out. Vibes are already out of the plane down towards Milter Power, Mini Milter. Team Spirit of a very easy drop-off for themselves, and Brute Force heading down towards Nova Repnoia. So we'll wait for the circle to come on screen. Right now, Na'Vi and Brute Force head and shoulders above the competition, with no one really having the same kind of consistency from them.
Pretty calm. Collected right now. But that western side, I think the vehicle drops over towards Quarry are going to be dangerous. The circle's okay. In general, it's always troublesome when it's split by the river, but it's big enough that it's not going to pose too much of a problem just yet. Positions to the south of the river at the moment more valuable. The more potential zones finish down on the south edge of the river rather than on the north. So teams might contest that a bit more. I'm looking at Trovo 2030 and Zeus right now. They are tangled together. It's going to be one hell of a unknotting process to be able to get them away from one another.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the circle at the moment, it's so central, so a lot of teams will be taking good use over that west and east bridge. So it's sort of an interesting one in terms of, like, you could have a lot of gatekeeping going on, which isn't going to get punished too much in terms of, like, staying down towards that side of the map on the bridge edges. So you get yourself some eliminations off the back of that, I would say, for sure. IDVNRX Frozen already finding a pick off over towards Satan, though. That should be a quick finish and a quick flush for the guys in IDVNRX, who are, again, like I said, slowly making their way up the leaderboard. But Na'Vi just now breaking in the second day into the 100-point margin is very impressive.
It's really, really impressive. And sure, as I said before, like, Brute Force are over a 14-point average, but that's only on a 3-game set. And when you reduce that sample size, of course, you can have outliers become way, way more impactful. So the fact that Na'Vi have over 9 matches, which is a relatively large set compared to the 3 matches Brute Force have played, they're exceeding 11 points average. I would say that's more significant that Na'Vi have been able to do that than the fact that Brute Force have started so strong today. We've seen teams drop off quite quickly. IWNRX, yeah, they just find that early drop pick over on the western side. And in general, there were so many teams there, it was bound to happen to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when I look at where they dropped off, it wasn't ideal for that squad there from Power. Getting quickly caught off by IWNRX, especially how far Satan dropped out of the way from the rest of his team, attempted to pick up a vehicle. It was a risky maneuver, and they didn't pay off at the end of the day for them. First circle will be closing soon, though, so we're already into our stage 1 close, where we head towards zone 2. Reject, sorry, RC Bra. Over towards Rozok right now. Very central position. Should be able to have a good game off the back of this straight away. And Team Spirit already making that initial rotate. This looks a lot more confident, in my opinion, from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm liking a little breath of fresh air for them, obviously coming off the back of their win. I'll try and convert with a good rotation. The mid game is where I'm going to be focusing more scrutiny onto their gameplay. I think that's as we talked about in the pre-matches, in the previous games where they didn't do so well in the Sanhok in the first Erangel. That is really where they've come a cropper before making missteps in the mid game. So Mad Shaw will be crunching those numbers, analyzing those routes, distributing that information back to the team and making sure that they are ready for it. Kitsune as well, a powerhouse of mental fortitude. Hopefully he'll be able to adopt those strategies effectively.
Twisted Minds. It's rotating through. Not having... The 36 points is not horrible, John. Put it that way. I mean, Doran, Lord, Coops, Robs, like, this should be a strong team. Again, they have time. They still have time. There's 2 more weeks to go, right? And it's usually that week 1 to week 2 where you see a drastic change in performance from a lot of squads. This week 1's a lot of limit testing, seeing what you can get done, what you can't get away with. But Na'Vi, they have really taken that limit testing to the next level. But again, that might change next week, where people read into their rotations, maybe read into the strategies they take, then maybe play a little bit more cautious on the outer edges of the map, so they're not so easily getting third-partied by them.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of sweeping has added to the Na'Vi tallies quite effectively, right? That is, in general, where a lot of those elimination points have come from. They've still yet to win a match, though. I mean, that chicken dinner eludes them still. Maybe one day. But for now, they don't need to win tiebreakers. They're 22 points ahead of Fireflux.
Yeah, it's not too bad for them. I mean, for Virtus Pro, 63 points. Fireflux is 80. I mean, there is that step down, right, between first and second place at the moment, between the two teams at the top. And Fireflux plays a very different gameplay to Na'Vi, which is why they are behind by 20 points, because they don't feed into as many eliminations as Na'Vi does. In the meantime, I want to see more from Virtus Pro. Maybe it was just the hair that was causing problems from Icy. Wasn't in the right place. That's a hefty nade. I'm surprised it didn't take him down.
Nade over the top from Al Haji. Eren gets away. Tail between legs, but you'll take it if you can survive a moment longer, especially against power. These guys are fearsome. 4th place on our tournament right now with 62 points. But a disengage potentially for Zeus or a reposition for a new engagement. You can see they're split 2 and 2. Power 1 and 3. With Easy isolated. Could be vulnerable, but not going to go for the roll down here for Zeus. They're going to hold their guns for the time being.
Na'Vi. Still rotating into the circle down towards that south side. But yeah, for Zeus, it's a bit of an awkward position for him. And there's a lot of sight lines to be dealing with. I took a lot of damage very recently there and did have to kind of pull out just a little bit before looking towards his stage 2. But it's Pro down towards that southwest side. Moving in, very similar to Na'Vi right now. I think a lot of teams are just slowly skirting the outside edge because we are very close now to the second circle shift.
Twisted Minds on the north side of the river. Playing a bit on the edge, but looking to transition down to the south. Next circle. Going to be coming on through. Twisted Minds, I mean, they're moving into a position to go either north or south of the river based on this next circle pop, and it goes out to the west. This is a great opportunity for them to move into ruins there. There's that castle position. They can play split along the riverside. They could move down into the compound that sits on the east edge of that Everest position as well. We'll see what they opt to go for. Everybody moving past Pachinki and Rosok through school and the surrounding areas as well. This is going to get dangerous on the east.
All the way over towards that western side as well, and Ruins is a big focal point here. Rita trying to get some crazy maneuvers done, but doesn't quite work out versus RC Bra here. Maniac comes through on the side, nice nade through the window, but not enough as Eren shuts him down as Zelly hits the deck.
Careening in on the vehicle, though, takes one with it. Maniac down. What's that double roll down coming through from Silas? He goes over the top, over the ridgeline. He pays the iron price for it, but that is completely dismantling Zeus. Trovo 2030 rocking up. Third-party potential here. Only 2 for RCB. Only the 1 on the backstop. Going to be holding over in Sunken. And Zeus caught unawares by Silas. He gets a double rundown in the vehicle. That is a crazy turnaround. And now Trovo have to fight.
My days, this has been a weird one. Got Power here setting up the smokes because this team has had a bit of a struggle to the start of the game, losing Satan so early, and now Virtus Pro come on in. They do lose 2 players, 2 Power, which is not ideal for Virtus Pro. Again, so many teams looking to play more central, and Na'Vi is one of the few teams that does like to play this edge playstyle. They're all the way up to Everest right now.
Yeah, they've gone for that edge sweep. Twisted Minds ended up going for that castle 2-2 split in Ruins. So they control a lot of these river crossings. Quite a few teams actually broke north blank. Heroic, Guild, Falcons, all still north of the river right now. There is still a decent chunk of land that's there. But it's going to be more and more difficult to get across as time goes on, as teams start to filter their way in. Nobody's taken the compounds to the east side of Everest just yet. And everybody's still embroiled on the north of Pochinki, rolling hills out in the middle of the open.
In terms of the circle, it certainly will cause some problems later on, especially because the island is still in play. Nice shot there from Al-Haji through the window. Basically stuck the barrel right up into his face. Post box for shotgun shells.
That's quite a nickname. Goodness me. Don't want that repeated in the schoolyard. Koa, maybe one of the freshest trims in the tournament. We've yet to fully decide, but still, Virtus Pro, they've certainly been given a haircut on their player count this match. It is looking pretty shabby right now. Only the one player alive. Next circle, Pops. It's out west, keeps that river in as a major, major factor here. This is great for Twisted Minds, though. They are slap bang in the middle. It's always a question of holding it off, but given this 2-2 split, it's generally very powerful at controlling the surrounding areas. With teams out on the west like Na'Vi, it's going to be difficult to move in on that position.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, like, they've played this game pretty damn well coming into stage 3 soon. They need to worry about that northern side where players and teams are going to start rolling in through that northwest past box compound, which is why Default already starts to scout over that way. But Walsh actually finds Default on that roll up. That's not good news, and he will hit the deck.
Gone down there. That is really quite disastrous. Team Spirit actually making their way up to one of the outposts of Na'Vi as well, so potentially finding another weakness there. Na'Vi getting dismantled for just a little while. Everybody tries to move into ruins in the meantime, and underneath Twisted Minds, they're all feeling the brunt of that downhill lead roll, and it is a difficult one to jump. Goodness me, is that 4 teams, I think, trying to move in on the south edge of ruins? Quite a lot of presence there. Koa's been there for a while, and everybody moving on in, becoming noisy neighbors for him. RCB, Avizel low, but we'll be able to get that healed back.
So right now, with this circle pushing further and further over towards ruins itself, you've got a lot of teams clamoring for that position of the map at the moment. RC Bra do have a strong spot. It does leave them a little bit open to the high ground, but to be honest with you, can play along these walls that currently Fireflux is taking advantage of at the moment. And most teams are confirming down here. I think they assume this is going to be a southern shift. If it's not, a lot of them are going to have to get a move on. But honestly, setting yourself in this position early on is a very good idea, as it is a strong spot to play in the map.
Vibes making an interesting choice to rotate up north over the top of the river. Will clash with Guild on that northern side. Vibes only the 1 point so far in their matches that they've played. They've had 3 matches on the battlefield, but yet to score more than 1. See if they can double their points tally this game. What do you reckon? They get 1 point or 0 point?
I don't know, man. I think for Vibes, I've been very much questioning of what they've been doing since the early portions of the day, in terms of some of the crazy rotates they've been attempting to make and then just crashing upon teams with no real idea of what they want to do next. So I'm not been super impressed by Vibes, and they don't have bad players on the team either, right? I mean, Brute, Victor, Tree, Zolz, Mozero, these are all storied players. They've just not been meshing well at all, which is, it's sort of funny because you take the two teams in terms of Twisted Minds as well as Vibes. Got a very strange scenario going on here where, although Twisted Minds aren't doing great, they're not doing as bad as Vibes, so they're meshing somewhat better.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of turn of events at the start of this season. Showing some cracks in foundations, potentially. Vibes, I mean, I like the outposts on the north to hold out Guild, but getting across now, they've fully kind of committed to this center river island, and it is a very difficult crossing to move down south. Potential to cross over towards Sunken if they manage to get across this island, but still very, very tricky for them. They're kind of banking on getting points off Guild here. Na'Vi, taking more shots, taking more damage. They moved into the north side of ruins and have managed to do so with 3 of their players still alive, but Lemon down, crawling his way back. See if they can keep that res.
I do like Twisted Mind's position, honestly. They have one of the strongest spots towards Castle. It's a really good place to be. Ooh, Richter just find a roll down. Potentially, this is the start of something good for Vibes. They already find themselves 1 point on the Elim.
There we go. Doubled their points tally. They found it. Guild is going to be their main supplier of points, though. That is true, but that's quite mean also. We'll see who's going to be able to do it. Currently, Guild averaging more than 1 point per match, which means that they are in the lead. Brute swimming on around the pillars as Vibes look to hold the bridge line. Jakey not going to be able to spot anything. Now a potential reposition to come on through.
Guild looking to take down Vibes. They did get a bit of a reset on this fight, which is good, and Vibes aren't in the best position. They had that element of surprise there going for them. That was about it. Team Spirit still doing quite well from that western edge. They're playing the little ridge that sits just underneath Heroic. Na'Vi opted to take the L on the fact they lost default and just push further in towards that northern edge of Ruins. But here's a big crash coming through from Heroic over towards Team Spirit, and this is going to be a test for the Spirit Gang.
Definitely a challenge. Heroic descending now, but the elimination feed hasn't popped up just yet. The contest actually being interrupted. Twisted Minds pull one out, and it's Na'Vi who end up feeling the brunt of it. Heroic divert. I thought they were going to go down towards Team Spirit, but they turn and instead head towards Na'Vi's compound. The fight with Twisted Minds in the background as well needs to conclude fairly quickly. Heroic have taken one knock, but should be able to get the res if they win this fight out. A nade over towards Kevin, though, makes that so much harder as Heroic answer towards Lemon. Now it's just Flip on the back line for Na'Vi. 2 players down, but in fairly safe positions. Team Spirit could rock up, third party this, and have a great game on the western side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going quite well. I mean, for Team Spirit over towards that southern edge, like, this is definitely a fight that they could get involved on, but they're really hesitating. They're massively hesitating here, John. As you get the next shift, and it is confirmed over towards Ruins, so Twisted Minds, this is potentially a big game for them to play off the back of. Na'Vi lose 2 players. Both players fairly reservoir, and still Team Spirit just sit over towards that western side, not doing too much, and even opt to move down south, take a more difficult fight towards IWNRX.
I think they're maybe waiting for the teams in that compound to have to leave, because the blue zone will start to push them in, and they want the inside track getting ahead. They're prioritizing positions in zones rather than getting elimination points here, and I'm not too sure I like that decision. Overall, I think third partying that, or at least trying to, would have been on average more profitable, but you know what? There's probably a reason that they're playing and I'm not, so I'll be ready to be proven wrong by Team Spirit on the western side. This time around, though, we're back on board with Vibes. We're up to 3 eliminations. Make that 4. Guild are down and out, and Vibes have quintupled their point score.
I mean, for Vibes, realistically, they should have gone down in that fight. They allow Guild so much time to reset on that one, and Guild just sort of fails to pull themselves out of a difficult situation. Team Spirit now very much out in the open, looking to finish off the players coming through from IWNRX, but I think they realize now they're wandering into pretty rough waters. We'll have to start wading this one on through, but again, I think heading up towards the north side now is a little bit more difficult. Vibes, though, run into Trovo over towards Watertown and get dispatched, leaving just 1 player alive here for Vibes to play on with. Good shots from Brute Force, and even better return fire from Yusuf. Very much needing that moment to give Trovo a little bit of time here to reset.
Judo makes the crossing, but doesn't get across safely. Eren there on the crossfire with Zeus. Still a factor to be worried about over in Sunken. They were the team that was rocking in there for quite a while. Team Spirit making their roll up now to IWNRX. You said this fight was harder. Swain is going to go down, but there is an answer over towards Nomi. Power are chiming in on the off angle. You can see they're further out to the west. 2 players down. Matic not close. An Effect really the last to stand on this fight. A nade in, doesn't find it. The backup for Zedwolf doesn't go through into the nade. Can he find these reses? Is there going to be time? Kine is on into the building. Another nade on through. There's no more ordnance for Kine to back up his teammate, and Matic needs to charge in, do something to change the pace of this fight. Team Spirit looking a res.
Goodness me, this is good news for Team Spirit, and like I said, a good test of character for this team. That nade could be brutal though, heading on over towards them. Nice shot over towards Matic, and that's very bad news. And like I said, that's a brutal nade. It's a re-knock onto Kitsune, and that might just be the majority of Team Spirit being eliminated. I think they had to give it the ghost and just try and remove these players from the building. And again, Matic just plays a little bit too far back. And you just have to push in there, play underneath, inside the same building, get one person to res, one person holds the stairs. And for Team Spirit, it's just some plays where it almost feels overthought, I'd say.
I think that's fair. It's a little bit too cerebral. I wanted that third party up to the north side. It just didn't come on through. And now Na'Vi have actually managed to find their way up towards the walls here. Potentially that could have been the privilege afforded to Team Spirit. But now Na'Vi have that chance to extend their lead even further on these points tables. Brute Force, they have Neos still remaining. And whilst normally I would say they don't really have much point scoring potential into this match, we have seen what a single player can do in these lobbies. So we'll see what more is in the back pocket for Neos. All of Falcons, though, out to the east side of him. I think that's even maybe too much for Neos.
Yeah, I mean, for Neos, he's done well, but it's going to be hard to hold the line here. It's just not the same kind of terrain where you can be that cheeky solo player. I mean, it looks weird right now on the tables, but it's because they've only played one set of matches so far compared to other teams that have had 2 days to work with. A Brute Force at 43 points is really quite impressive, despite the games that they've had as well. Al-Haji ripping the Falcons, taking their wings away as they attempt to crest over this ridge. Good shots from Easy, even trying to take out the backstop. That's fantastic.
That is a huge result for Power, and even bigger result for Brute Force, potentially, to be able to survive a little bit longer. 9 teams now remain. I'll take that back. They're out in 10th, because they will be going down just the one limb. Neos get spotted. Falcons soon to follow. 9th place for them as Power strut their stuff to the south side of the circle. 3 players remain on their side, but they've got 9 limbs already, Blank. They are doing work here. Twisted Minds as well, protecting their northern shores, and 6 points for them.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, they're almost certainly in a strong spot to take this game, honestly. It has just a great start to the game, just great positioning. They've allowed Marcelo up towards Castle side, but they're more concerned now with moving down towards the south.
RC Brat, Power coming into contact. El Hadji down, Easy down for Dan with nades flowing in his way. That looks good. Oh, he just about turns around, turns away from that one. Kine wants to put another one down range, and I think one of those may just connect. RCB as well, just peppering the bunker with grenade after grenade after grenade. Easy crawls back. for Dan has cover. May be able to get this res off now.
IWNRX, after their unfortunate engagement with Team Spirit, they did win that one out, but 2 players now playing from the outside. There's likely a salvage game for IWNRX, who've been slowly working their way up the ladder here. Has been one tough grip at a time. They're almost there now. Twisted Minds heading over towards Na'Vi. 2 players alive. That is a stunning grenade from Lemon.
This man. It's like watching Caitlin Clark on the Indiana Fever, just putting up 3 after 3 after 3. Can't stop him. Excellent vision. That's a basketball reference, Blake.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Oh, sorry.
Apologize.
If you haven't been tracking it, Caitlin Clark's been making waves in the WNBA. Definitely worth a watch. Anyway, back to this game.
I like esports, me.
That's true. That is true.
Another nade over the
So
top.
do I.
That is chonky over towards Twisted Minds. Again, Lemon is just setting these up so fantastically, and it just keeps chunking. The guys from Twisted Minds, they have eyes on, though. With that little nade, it gave them a little bit of information where at least one player is at, and they made the crossing. and get behind Na'Vi. This is always the difficulty for Twisted Minds as they move down from Castle here, is actually finding a viable position to play within the circle. But honestly, from this little position here that Flip as well as Lemon is playing, they could comfortably 2v4.
Oh, a big nade on the entrance. Twisted Minds 1, 2 knocks immediately. An excellent volley from Flip and Lemon, tearing out for a third. That's Zedwolf chiming in. Last player, Coops, is there. Lemon takes him down to a sliver of HP. There's off angles to be found. The Molotov to burn them away. Oh, Lemon just does not let up. Doran goes down and just one player remains. Only going to be Coops around the sidelines. Flip and Lemon giving them a run for their money, and Twisted Minds have it all come crashing down. Lord under pressure as Lemon dashes out wide, taking damage, but he's now got the off angle. Coops' position entirely known. Takes one, but the other is there, and there is a 1-2 punch to take Twisted Minds out of the equation.
I mean, that is a silly engagement. I mean, honestly, it's predicated off the back of the fact that they have so many grenades to work with, and Lemon just slowly peppers them through that tiny little opening, which slows Twisted Minds down. They just cannot make it in. I think if you're Twisted Minds, you sort of just have to drop the smokes down and then burst all together and try and take that 4v2 and get through the smoke really quickly, because they let themselves get bottlenecked far too easily there versus 2 players. But either way, for Na'Vi, that is an incredible approach from them. And like I said, it was a situation where they could comfortably 2v4 just with the way that Twisted Minds are giving them so many opportunities.
Yeah, they all put themselves right into the choke point, and just that quick 1-2 nade cross was on the money. Lemon and Flip. These are names I'm sure we're going to be saying repeatedly over the next few weeks if they keep playing like that, certainly. Standout performances for Na'Vi. And I think the primary reason that they're right towards the top of the tables, I mean, Default is absolutely there, but I think he's a bit quieter in terms of the flashy plays. We'll see what sort of a legacy they can leave at the end of this tournament, because it is still early days, only day 2.
Yeah, practically all the players on Na'Vi have performed in one way or another in most of the matches that they've played over these past couple of days here, John. Fidan. Let's move the buggy slightly forward. Right now you have a few teams that could potentially take this one.
If I had to guess, I think I'd give it to... Actually, you know what? That's a really tricky decision. I think I would probably just give it to RCB on the east side here.
Yeah.
Although, getting out of that area is always difficult. The high ground that they have to deal with around them. Kine, he's got 2 players around the base of this tower. A nade goes a little bit long, but he pulls back, and Zedwolf isolated on an off angle. Power know that they can't go for this peak safely. There's the light up. Immediately Zedwolf responds, and yeah, there's just no way you can step around that. IWNRX continue. 6 elims found, adding to their tally. Fireflux moving in, trying to find RCB openings, but not really being given too much here. These smokes stopping them from running straight through. They start to fade now, though. Solke re-smokes that cross, as does RCB. Both of them think it's a good idea to cut off that vision line.
Loxy. I'm going to take some shots. And he's coming through. Fireflux with the 4 players. 5 elims. They've been looking a little bit down recently, but still close enough to catching up towards Na'Vi, but not if Na'Vi continues to pump points, even when low on members. Nade comes out from Koa on Virtus Pro. And a second one.
He's been solo for a long time as Koa. He's now up into 4th place. A challenge at range against Easel. It's easy for 1. Will he find a second? No, of course not. Don't be silly. He is going to get taken down. That's an off angle, naturally, to deal with the threat. It's Na'Vi. And now they might be able to find RCB as Lemon tucks in. Has got the last first aid in the back pocket. But Fireflux on 4. RCB on 2 now. Fireflux up against the wall, though. And if nades come through from Na'Vi, you know how efficacious they are. Reposition for RCB. Over to the side.
I think they have a few grenades as well set remaining, and they've got a full resupply over on Twisted Minds, and there's the first over towards Wild. on RCB.
Oh, dear.
Roxy's down. Now Lemon moves forward. Chunky nade goes to the first initial spray down towards Scarface, and they are seriously bunched up. But do they have anything left in terms of ordnance? No, they don't. Molotov to clear the space. Now it's flipping a 1v4, which is highly unlikely to win this one out. He's ducking, he's dodging and diving, but it will be Fireflux to finish this game strong with a chicken dinner. All 4 players alive.
Hey, you know what, Na'Vi? Not allowed chicken dinners this tournament, but you know what, too? They don't need them because they get 10 eliminations, a second place. Brilliant final circles there. Twisted Minds had control for a while. They managed to get 7 eliminations from the Ruins position. But in the end, they had to leave their high ground, and it was curtains from there on out. It was a real brutal final circle. Fireflux, I'm surprised that they managed to make it all the way through against RCB there. They crossed some open ground. They made the work happen, and they put the shift in. Fireflux, happy to see another chicken dinner. I think that's their 3rd of the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's sort of insane with how we're looking at most of these players actually get towards the top side of the lobby quite quickly. And I mean, it's Na'Vi who just consistently put up good performances from all 4 players on the team. I think that they're the only team right now that's standing out. There's other teams with singular players who are doing very, very well for them. This was the unbelievable nade that came through from Lemon earlier on, which was assisted, in fact, that we didn't see before from IWNRX at distance.
What a shutdown there. I kind of believed in Lemon. When he pulled out that Molotov, I was like, ooh, I think maybe he's going to be able to do something here. But yeah, it's just not quite going to happen. Na'Vi still denied their top spot in the matches. But you know what? It's good enough because they are going to be able to do a lot of work for their points tallies yet again, just racking it up time and time again. It is really difficult to do anything against a team like this because that was not a case of you out-rotate them, you out-position them. It was a case of you have advantage against Na'Vi. They're still going to take you down. Unless you're Fireflux. Right in those final moments, they bring that back under control. 1.4k damage, 8 eliminations, a respectable chicken dinner, and the 3rd so far for this roster. And that's what we wanted to see from Fireflux. They have been out of the limelight for a while, been sort of pushed to the side by IWNRX and S2G before that as well. But now Fireflux, potentially the best team in Türkiye. I don't know. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, technically, yes, they are right now. I mean, Fireflux are just playing this more placement-heavy playstyle, whilst Na'Vi is just wrecking faces. But it does feel like they play some more over-aggressive. I'm not sure how well this will transition into an international format. It's the same question to be had when you look at IWNRX's run from last season. But again, I'm excited. I'd be happy to see Na'Vi continue through in this tournament. I think they're an exciting team to watch. I believe they're still currently on top. Here's our top damage dealers from this game. Power with 2,110, and they certainly were putting the work in. They did not have an easy game, losing Satan straight away at the start, yet still being able to put out this much damage. Very impressive.
Definitely an impressive result coming on through there. 1,500 damage for Na'Vi. I think that was... Did they get more than... I feel like they got... Did they only get 6 limbs on that match? Goodness me. Well, there you go. There you have it. Still doing quite a lot of work. I think they got more than that. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff coming through from Fireflux to be able to sweep through the ruins and build themselves a tower on which to take a break. Let's go to it. Fireflux continue to step up to the mark here in the PMSL EMEA as we go in towards what is going to be our first Miramar of the day. Fireflux able to take their third chicken dinner of the tournament so far. Na'Vi again denied that first place spot, but it's going well for them, so you can't really complain.
No, you can't. Sorry. I've had some I've had some spicy food. I'm spiced out my life right now.
Excellent.
But so is Na'Vi. Spicy gameplay.
Oh yeah.
Spicy totals right now for them. Doing
Let's
really
take
well.
a look.
Look at that.
You're
God
all
dang.
right. Do you need to go get some milk? You're good.
I don't have milk in the house. Milk's for weak men.
Do you need to run to the shop and get some milk?
Nah, I refuse the milk. I'm gonna suffer.
Okay.
Suffering is what I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well,
You gotta suffer
you
for
suffer.
it, right? That's how you grow as a human.
Is that true? I'm not sure.
Suffering.
I don't know. Well, everybody seems to be suffering against Na'Vi right now because they're on 118 points.
That's how they're gonna get better.
True. They can't get any better. It's impossible. Fireflux. No, because they're not suffering. Everyone's suffering against them.
Oh no, he's not. Yeah.
Suffering from success.
Exactly. That's how they're gonna get better.
I get it. So they're going to stop succeeding?
Well, no, technically, if they will suffer from success because after this week, everyone's going to be researching exactly what Na'Vi's doing and they'll find out all their strats, and then they will suffer from success.
Ooh, that is a success-based suffering right there. But them and Fireflux leading the pack right now pretty distinctly. 118, I think it was, and 98 points. So that's 20 points behind. No, wait. Is it? Yeah, it is. 20 points behind on the tables, but then even further is a drop-off. I think it's nearly 30 points down towards third place. So that's going to be a real tall order to catch that up this week. We'll have to see if anyone's up to the challenge. Team Spirit on the second page. Not happy to see that, but down towards the bottom, Team Falcons, you've got Black Esports, Guild, and Vibes. These are teams that, for the most part, have played fewer matches than everybody else, but I'm looking at Guild there, and that's pretty sorry.
That's pretty sorry. It is. I'm sorry to see them in such a state.
That's not spicy at all.
Same for
no
Vibes.
capsaicin to be seen.
Same for Vibes, you know. 4 matches, 5 points. Bad. Very bad. Here's Na'Vi, head-to-head with Fireflux, who currently have 3 chicken dinners compared to Na'Vi's 0. Zilch. Average placement still the same, though, which is certainly interesting.
How many times have Na'Vi come second? That's what I shall endeavor to find out now, because they seem to, obviously with that highest average placement. Yeah, in day 1 they had a 3rd place and 2 second places, so it's not like they're not getting late into games. I think today they've had a 4th, a 3rd, and a 2nd, so they're getting very deep into these games with high elimination counts, but they just can't quite close them down. Yeah,
and that is the problem for them, right? In terms of closing. But I think that genuinely you're okay with that, right? You take the between, the in between here, which is a case of, yes, we don't get the chicken dinners, but what we do get is a ton of points from our elims, which shoves us further up the rankings, because you can only have a max of 10 placement points per game, right? But technically it's a little less uncapped for elims. You can get it all the way up to 30 if you really wanted in a match. So if you're a good team at eliminating, you can go far with that alone. What do you think about that?
Ooh. What do I think about that? That's a good question. I think that it's been proven that high elimination focused teams can do well, can do incredibly impressive things. I mean, obviously, most notably IHC back at last year's PMGC in Türkiye in Istanbul. That was in Istanbul, wasn't it? Or I just made that up? No, it was.
Yeah, you're correct.
That was last year. Okay, yeah. Right. It's all right. I had a little bit of a moment there, but I brought it back.
You had a spicy
IHC
moment.
did incredible work just being elimination focused, and we'll see if that's repeatable, because Brute Force are kind of doing the same as well. They are turning the pace up, because right now they are on an 11-point average to boot. Just keeping neck and neck with Na'Vi on averages, a little bit ahead for Na'Vi, but very close right now. So it'll be interesting to see how that rivalry develops, because of course Brute Force are 6 matches behind on the tables, but they are closing the distance.
slowly but surely closing that distance there. And I mean, for Brute Force, it has been a pretty good set of games for them, getting up to 8th place now. Like I said, they're the only team within the first day's play of matches that have made it into the top 14, right? Which is sort of insane. You can see there, like, it's a big difference between just the 4 matches played compared to all these teams with 10 matches total. Wild stuff for Brute Force. But sort of what we expected from a team like that, who is fantastically strong at the game. But this is our first Miramar of the day. We'll have one more after this. Right now, most eliminations goes through to Lemon and Flip. 25 and 23 apiece there for Na'Vi.
They have been doing quite a lot of work, but there's Default as well, and he is always that ever steady presence on the rudder for Na'Vi. Really strong stuff coming through from that guy, and he is hoping to keep things going on those damage numbers as well. Just putting in that shift like a workhorse for the roster. South Circle pops on out on a fairly central plane path. Virtus Pro happy. Team Spirit, please don't fluff this one up. On that south side near Chumasera. You need to take this one under control because it's getting silly now. Come on. Stop misbehaving.
Yeah, because they can do better. They can do a lot better in these games.
No. I thought we'd left these days behind us, Blank.
The Picardo hot drop, the classic. I mean, when 2 teams want to drop here, certainly can happen. I think Falcons would be the team to do it, though. Ali, Ragnar, Spark, and Hope all wanting this position. RC Bra, though, I would probably categorize them as a team that could take this fight. Na'Vi, gonna toss a smoke at the Docker machine.
That'll get him.
That was the smart play, actually. Try and force him out of position, thinking it might have been a nade, and that gives time for Actor to come up behind, but Default's down. Now Docker Machine's got a bit of a task ahead of him.
Ooh, nearly gets it done, to be fair. Actor does keep things on lock, and Default will stay alive. Keep themselves up as 4. There's another smoke. Yeah, Foot Chaos, they don't want any of that. They're backing out against Na'Vi on the northern side. Looks like fairly slow looting for these teams on the north edge. They dropped out of the plane early and will now have to move all the way down south. So maybe stopping off along the road for a pit stop loot sesh. In the meantime, finding position as we get into the midst of that looting phase in general.
Yeah, I think that for Football is Chaos, it's a little bit of an overzealous push, right? Heading up towards La Cobreria, you know that Na'Vi plays there. Trying to steal their vehicles, bad idea, but I'm glad that Na'Vi responds the way they do, because you don't want a team thinking they can get away with that type of thing. In multiple games, if you start getting weird playing paths, you want to punish them for doing it. So you maintain the amount of vehicles you'd like to have coming from La Cobreria. So Football is Chaos only get away with just the 1 vehicle. Heading over towards Tierra Bronca or Campo Militar, both El Azahar and the north side of the map is currently taken.
Zeus making a fast push down south. Maybe looking to take some ground, some territory away from Team Spirit on their Chumasada drop. Zeus, they'll find a couple of buildings, struggling to get the parking just right. But I'm sure they'll get in the lines eventually. Heroic in Montenuevo, taking the west quadrant. Right on the edge of this circle.
Heroic on our screens. They had a interesting start to their tournament where we were sort of impressed by them. Some good grenades came out, and it was sort of just that one game on Erangel where we were like, wow, this is actually a team and a half. But from there, it's been going from bad to worse for Heroic. Consistently dropping the ball in these games. Dropping the grenade as well, really. Blowing up at their feet. Meantime, Southern shift on the circle, though. So for Team Spirit, this is a game for them, potentially for Power. Trovo 2030. I think they've got more gas in the tank. I mean, this is actually a fairly decent team. You look at the leaderboard, and it's a team that we've not spoken too much about because after that win that they were able to acquire for themselves in Erangel, it did shoot them up the rankings quite a bit. But definitely not a team that I've had too many complaints. It's just been some fights haven't gone their way, some fights have. And that's led to some more points overall in the lobby, but nothing spectacular yet coming through from Trovo 2030.
But they certainly have made an impact. And again, my favorite logo, very colorful, even if it's the wrong color, you know? It's like when a child colors in the line and they're coloring book green, and you're like, that's very creative. But they've actually done it really well here, you know? And I like it. It's Green Lion. What's not to like?
Yeah. Green Lion's cool on Trovo 2030. I do like it. Super high res. Very lovely to see. Guild now coming down past Footballers Chaos and Torre Armada. And again, Footballers Chaos sort of have just looted up a lot of the trash compounds around the map on that north side. Here's Fireflux on our screens. 98 points. So closing that gap. It was around 20 at the start of the day. It is still 20.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe more at the start of the day. Maybe like 22. 2 points. That's the difficulty in Navi. So it's been hard to catch them up. Purely because they have just been consistently having great games despite not having the innings for the chicken dinner.
It's difficult when they keep finding these picks, and I think a lot of solo performances have really kept them. I don't want to say afloat because it's not quite the right vibe for what they've been able to achieve so far, but like it's certainly something that they have maybe relied on a little bit in order to get as far ahead as they have been. Solo and duo performances for Na'Vi have been spectacular, quite frankly. I will still question a little bit what they can do as a full four in a pitched engagement, but I'm sure they'll prove me wrong fairly soon.
You'd hope. You'd hope. They are very low though right now in Na'Vi coming in from that north side. They've been in the blue for quite a while now, as we're just about to hit stage 2 very soon, after 20 seconds. Most teams set up down towards the south side of the map in good positions. Another vehicle found, so everyone can now easily get into the circle. Brute Force are in Monte Nuevo though, might be a roadblock for them. And we should get the shift now as it heads over towards the northeast side.
Power losing a player. Falcons as well. Look at that scrap in Picardo. It's no longer in the opposing tool apartment blocks, but this time they've moved it over to the music shop into the casino. Throwing the dice around. Wild forces Falcons to come up Snake Eyes. Hope though, we're going to try and get some retribution on the outside. We'll look for a flush and find it too. Ragnar is there for Falcons as well. Potential to get a res now, and it would be a 3v3, but SL stops that res in its tracks. A lot of ammo spent through the door for Hope, and he doesn't really have an answer to a 1-2 peek. Wild is down, and 2 players on the inside as Ragnar has to hit the deck, has to be on the swivel, but can't quite find it. And it comes up trumps for Regnum Kaya Bra.
Huge gameplay there for Regnum Kaya Bra. Able to finish it out. Falcons look like they had a little bit of a spark there, but not too much of a chance. Trovo 2030 finding shots over towards Fireflux, in fact, as the circle, like I said, heads over towards that northeast side around Picardo way. Adibiner X is frozen. Some pot shots over the hillside. Nothing found though.
Twisted Minds mounting up again. Down the ridge they go, finding a new position. IWNRX. I mean, this is a pretty solid location for IWNRX, but they do have across the way Trovo 2030 to worry about. 3 points ahead of them. So right now, outperforming. Fireflux, just on the western point of Los Leones, right in the suburbs. You know, you need to get 10-minute taxi to get the shopping district from there, but they're not looking to shop. They're looking to farm points here. Unfortunately, no one too close by for them to close that gap between them and Na'Vi at the top.
Not really. I think that Fireflux and Na'Vi kind of in a world of their own at the moment. Was the top side of the tables. Everyone else underneath them a bit more scrappy, whereas Fireflux and Na'Vi realistically the only consistent teams in our lobby at the moment. Guild Esports taking some shots over towards Vibes. Two teams got a bit of a rivalry coming along. You look at this circle here though, I think most teams adamant over towards that western side where there's a bit more space to play in, a little bit more high ground to work around with. You don't really want to be one of those teams that is playing on the edge of Los Leones. But you might have to be. Head over towards this side of the map. Again, a little ridge side where IWNRX is playing, actually very fantastic position to play in. If they can control that well, they'll have a strong end to their game.
There is sort of this crater to the east side that if the circle shrinks in such a way that you have your back to the blue and then top that ridge, the east side of IWNRX becomes really, really powerful. The issue is that you can't hold that position until the far east side of that big crater is gone. And right now, you've got Guild, you've got Vibes, you've got Virtus Pro, and Foot Chaos all going to be on that far side of the crater. It isolates a lot of the ground in this next circle, forces a bit of a donut ring around it to occur. Cardo still exists as well as a major factor, so this is going to be a tricky rotation. Brute Force now with a challenge. IWNRX trying to hold them off on the roll-up. Freepod going pretty slow on the outskirts, but just about evades the first spray. Will there be another one to find it? Freezer goes low to a nade. IWNRX inflicting maximum damage on the roll-up. Freezer down and low. Looks to get burnt out of the vehicle. Will not quite get flushed. Judo found an angle on towards him, but not quite going to get that knock either. Two players down, a nade in between them. Chudo goes away from one and straight to the other. IWNRX holding this push up beautifully.
Neon's tries to get a cheeky angle on him. Can't find it though. Yeah, it's a really cool nades coming from IWNRX, just bouncing them up the ridge side. Create like a airburst explosion that's going to do a lot more damage. Oh. And a lovely nade coming through from Zed Wolf, I believe, there at the end. Coops will at least steal one. That's it.
Look at him. The cheeky rotter. They know what he did. They're like, what? We should have got 4 points for that. We only got 3. What the hell? Twisted Minds get 1.
Just the one. Everybody gets 1. I mean, for Twisted Minds, looking a lot smoother, I'd say, in these games overall. Yeah, IWNRX playing on that warehouse, really strong position. I think Brute Force also realized that, tried to take it away from them, but IWNRX were more than ready. At this stage of the game, is stage 3. A lot more sight lines onto multiple fights are opening up. Here's Team Spirit, though, rotating through Los Leones on the eastern side. This one is certainly awkward, because where do they go from here?
Virtus Pro are in the way, right? Like on the north side of Los Leones. And then you've got Vibes and Guild even further beyond. So maybe they look to try and slam in on the northeast side, past all the way and going outside near La Vendita. We'll have to wait and see. Heroic and Trovo 2030 now clashing. Heroic are trying to get the roll up, and it looks like defense is going well today on Miramar. Kevin down. As Walsh makes it to the wall, makes it into the ground floor as well. Yusuf has the nade cooking, drops it right at his feet, a bounce around the edge, and Walsh has no idea what's coming. Certainly has an impact though, a third player, and I think that was a 720 on the roll up on the vehicle. But it's not going to matter because they go down. No points from the judges for that.
None at all. Team Spirit. We asked where they would go. They've moved up and over towards Virtus Pro. Another knock over towards Bishke is good. Kitsune's out though. Virtus Pro down to 3 players with that knock coming through, and they're looking to remove Icy Boss. Bakoa and Malloy come from behind, look to go for that pincer.
but there's a double pincer potential to come on and into effect, with effect on the middle. Looking to try and get that wrap around. Two players from Team Spirit holding their nerve, but a nade blasts through effect. Takes a lot of damage onto the other players as well. Hits the drop shot. Maybe Kitsune finding something, but the nade goes low. Downstairs, they've already crawled up. Effect can't really get rezzed here. Another nade down low. Nomi has a cook up top. Matic at the back line trying to hold things down as the res comes through for VP. In the meantime, a long nade tries to sequester Matic, and Nomi falls to another, but the door frame being held now. Matic has control of the long angle. Looks for more onto Koa, trying to stop anyone from moving in and up the stairs to keep his teammates safe. That is the name of the game right now for Matic, to keep as many of them alive as possible. Virtus Pro, they know he's there. He darts up the stairs, may be able to look for a res here.
Problem is that Matic only has a Mini 14. He's got no close quarters combat weaponry. Purely playing into the Miramar map. You'd hope for, that is a horrible Molotov to come through. That is Team Spirit down and out. Virtus Pro live to see another day there, not even losing a single member on side. So many nades went through, did a big chunk of damage, but to multiple players, and all of those were quickly first aided back up again. So
RV have managed to get 4 eliminations in the meantime as well, Blank. So again, high performance coming on through. Fireflux with 3 towards the top of the table. So it's only Power who are destitute of points so far in this match. Trovo 2030, they've managed to rack up 4. A lot of teams going down. I feel like this is quite early for us to be on 11 teams and 39 players. Either way, plenty of players will be happy about that. The majority of the lobby, although not all of them, Foot Chaos, they were the team that decided to descend into the crater in the midst of all of this gunfire. And they're sort of just relying on everybody else to conclude the fights around them.
Yep. Again, it's a curious circle. A lot of open space here. IWNRX is kind of just seeing themselves very pretty right now in this warehouse on the western side. Big fight breaking out now between Twisted Minds, Vibes, and Virtus Pro, who have to shun their way through these western teams at the moment. Pretty tough stuff. With Vibes being kind of limited in terms of presence here. It's really only Twisted Minds is a problem. Potentially them and Power.
Shift. Now, I'm again looking back up towards that crater. The ridgelines that sit on the north side of this circle, for Na'Vi potentially, could be incredibly strong. They just have to get rid of Foot Chaos, and then that north side, they can look to transition to the road when the time is right. There's a lot of opportunity for play there. Relatively uncontested. We'll see if they're able to execute on that. On the east side, though, Twisted Minds sit across the way, and that's going to make things tricky. I don't know how well this east side's going to go for Virtus Pro, but they're on form. Let's see what they can do.
Malloy here on screen for Virtus Pro, and yeah, you're right. Let's see what they can get done from this position. It's a little bit difficult to play. Get the circle moving further over towards Twisted Minds and Power in super open spaces, but it's just a lot of these little hillsides and ridges that are going to be the big points in this game that players and teams will work around. Na'Vi up to 5 elims, continuing this prowess of performance that they've had over the past 2 days. It's just not letting up.
Zeus trying to reposition, finding a crack in the armor somewhere, but it's not presenting itself just yet. Trovo 2030 on their south flank. Want to keep them bowed down for as long as they can, but it's not going to be too easy. Na'Vi rotating around, and they want to establish fully on that south ridgeline of the crater on the north side of this circle. There's RCB trying to get the rollout. Zedwolf not going to let that happen for free. As the shots ring out, Foot Chaos actually taking a fight with Na'Vi, who are taking a fight in turn with Zeus, and Twisted Minds are chiming in. What is going on with Na'Vi? They've managed to get all the way over to the far side and taken, what is that, a knock and a flush as well. So they're down on 3, which is really unfortunate from that northern edge.
Yeah, again, for Na'Vi, it's a tough rotate to make for them with a lot of sightlines that are open. It's a bit of a bizarre position to play in quite a few times, just in terms of how quickly you need to be on the swivel over towards this side of the map. Twisted Mind's sort of safe in the fact that they do have this little outpost to work around with. As for IWNRX though, but more and more teams are going to look over towards this position and try and take shelter over here. Some great nades, which we saw earlier on from Twisted, from IWNRX versus Brute Force, and looking to send some more over towards them. That one is just a little bit further. Might have taken down Rita.
And the one before it, just a little bit shorter, would have done the same, but not going to be allowed to do that just yet. Zeus putting pressure on Na'Vi, have actually moved a lot closer to this fight. Default spotted though, and IWNRX are starting to eat up the rest of this side of the lobby. That northwestern edge becomes a big old smorgasbord for IWNRX now. 5 eliminations they've managed to rack up. 2 players from Na'Vi on their northern side, 3 from Zeus on their south. But at the moment, it looks like nobody can really find an opening to get in and towards them. However, the blue zone, it's pretty indomitable when it comes down to it. So they are going to have to figure out how to get away from that one. On the northwest side, they're kind of stuck for the time being whilst this fight keeps going.
Yeah, very much so. IWNRX. Swain here, continuing to throw those nades over the top, looking down to deal with Na'Vi, who have made their way down. IWNRX pretty much comfortable that they can take down the rest of Zeus, and another crazy nade from Frozen. The perfect time as well, because the blue's going to start to push in. It's impossible to res those teammates now. They're even going to look to just flush them out. Trovo 2030, if they looked over in this direction at this very moment, they might have found themselves some more eliminations, but the look away was maybe mistimed. They do find Frozen at least, though, from Marcelo.
Trying to get that buggy back up, but they're struggling there. Bumping about on the rugged terrain. It's not gone well. He has to go all the way around the outside as Zedwolf crashes into the side of the building. IWNRX, it was looking clean. They're on 9 eliminations, but now they only have 2 players. I like Trovo 2030's position, but they've allowed Fireflux to get in and ahead of them towards the center of this circle, into the ridges, to try and hold out the middle of this area. It's going to be difficult to move in, but I think if there's a team that is positioned to do it, it is Trovo now. Without IWNRX on the northern side, they have to be worried. Flip. Oh, he knows. He knows that Swain is there. He knows that his teammates regrouping onto it as well. Sees this rolling up. This could be a 2-for-1. But further up, he knows he needs to get it. He knows he needs to be on the money. It's perfect for Swain. Zedwolf is there. Has another to cook. Where did that nade come from? Zedwolf needs to be careful. Looks to confirm with it. And it will blast Swain away. IWNRX is going to move Zedwolf further into the middle now.
Actually, I need those supplies. Give me those really quickly. Victor down to a nice nade from Storm. And it will be Yusuf to find Flip. Unfortunately, there. Trovo 2030 using some very good long-range gameplay to their advantage. Another 6 Elim game there for Na'Vi. 8th place, not terrible.
Twisted Minds, 4 alive. They're on the outside track here. Virtus Pro sit in their way with 4 alive as well. Foot Chaos covering off this flank, making it hard for them to get off angles against Virtus Pro for this engagement. They want to get rid of Foot Chaos so they can play up to that ridge line on the left-hand side of your screen and get the shots that they need. But for that to happen, they get rid of Foot Chaos first. They sweep through. They're looking to dismount Storm. Nade over, 1-2 bounce. Robs rolls it down. Buggy easy over the sidelines. He looks for shots onto Nico, forces him into the rest of his team, but it's not going to matter because Robs again chews him up, spits him out. Now over the road you go. Look for that ridgeline. Take the fight with Virtus Pro.
Yes, it's been good from Twisted Minds, honestly. Hell of a fight here coming through from Trovo 2030 as Scarface holds down the line with the shotgun. Might just be able to pick his teammate up because Trovo 2030 is currently fighting 2 battles at 2 different positions. Cattell tries to get this Molotov over the top. I think it's going to be difficult to get the stand-up and the res here. In comes Al-Haji, though, from Power.
Okay. All right. I see you. Moving up to that ridgeline. There's an aid coming in from somewhere. No idea where that was going or where it exploded.
It burrowed.
But it was certainly in the game.
Burrowed
tunneling
underground.
nade.
Yeah.
Ah, classic maneuver.
Vintage. Koa here from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro surprised they're doing quite well, but here comes the roll up from Twisted Minds, but they quickly step back off as they're sent away by a nade from Bishke into an absolute tremendous one. Heads over the top, leaves a resounding ringing in the ears of Twisted Minds.
Bounce. A little bit short. Not quite making it over the ridge line for Robs. Backed off by the spray down. Coop's still bleeding out. Doran's there. So potential to get this res. Zedwolf's still alive, remember, and he is ahead of both of these two teams. Koa cooks the nade. I think they know where it is, but that is a little bit too long on the cook. They thought they may be behind the rock in the smoke, but Rob's now at range. Maybe an investment that they have to cut ties with just to try and keep this ridgeline suppressed. They fought to have priority to get to this ridgeline against Foot Chaos, but may have been a little bit too long for it. A nade bobbles over, but goes short. Lord with the second as well. Koa and Malloy set close together. Bishke might have just laid down straight on top of a nade, and it blows up, takes his belly with it. Koa and Malloy now together have to try and hold their line on the side, and in goes the roll down. Rob's out, rolls one, looks for two as well. Lord can't quite find the off angle, but Malloy's careening down in the meantime. Lord has been knocked, will get flushed. Coops is still alive, and three players in. Power, one to third party. Spray looks for one. Diversion is easy, cannot be the turret that they need. El Hadji takes him back to safety, but that is a great result for Twisted Minds to take care of them. But in comes, who is that? Is that Trovo 2030? What are you doing here, Ragnarok?
I know. Come on in to have a cheeky peek, see what we can get done. Maybe pick off a couple of players there, get some more points on board. Ragnarok sat underneath. Nice nade from Robs there. Won't find anything else though. Doesn't have any left in the pocket. Was the move off with the rest of the team. 5 teams remaining. Power, Twisted Minds, IWNRX, stand-ins from Trovo, as well as Fireflux. Trovo's got 2 separate positions though, holding both Cattell as well as Ragnarok on either side of the map, playing off the back of one another.
Dear. I'm really not unsure about the flex out from Ragnarok. I mean, sure, they're looking for options, but left it high and dry. Cattell may be able to do more against Lux because he's being bowed down by Twisted Minds, but in the meantime, on that north edge, just the one player now for Trovo 2030. A sliver of HP. Facing off against the one from Fireflux. IWNRX are finally eliminated. We're down to 4 teams. Only 3 players alive for Twisted Minds, but they are keeping things going. 13 eliminations. Looking for the spray down. Now Haji is next up on the menu. Easy behind the vehicle now. A burnt out Husk. Will he be able to set it alight? No. He is quashed. In the meantime, the nades go downhill. Take down the last player from Trovo 2030. It's all up to Fireflux. Can they put a 4th chicken dinner on a board with a 1v3? I mean, it's not out of the question, but Twisted Minds know exactly where this player is. They know exactly how to handle it. They've got the angles to deal with it. They have the inside of the circle. How do you lose this? Well, you just don't. Twisted Minds close it down for a chicken dinner. Fireflux falls 2nd place. A huge elimination count coming on through as well for Twisted Minds. I think they managed to get up to 16, 17 towards the end there. A great result for a team that lacked coordination. They have managed to pull something out of the bag now.
Yeah, this looks a lot better, and it felt like the team was playing off one another really well too, which is what you want to see. So I was very, very pleased with what we saw from Twisted Minds this game. A lot of it made sense to me too. But yeah, for Twisted Minds, it's been a long time coming in terms of getting a strong win like this, because every single player on that squad is very, very good at the game. And I'm glad, because I think Vibes has tried to pull a similar strategy to Twisted Minds of taking some strong players and try and put them all on one squad. It's not worked out quite as well. But Twisted Minds, I'd said this yesterday, they just needed time. They just needed time.
Yeah, I think that they have managed to find their feet, at least in that last match. Continuing that is always the thing that I'm worried about with a team like Twisted Minds. You put them into the right fragging positions, we know what these players can do, right? They are so storied when it comes to the PUBG Mobile scene. They did phenomenally well over their careers so far. And now they're finding a new pace, right? And to learn that new song sheet is always a big task. As you can see there, it seems to have become a little bit of a symphony in that last match. 16 eliminations was their score line, and they managed to get 2,500 damage done as well, pumping out into the rest of the lobby and able to claim that chicken dinner convincingly.
Yeah, 2,500 is very, very impressive, honestly. So I am enjoying what I'm seeing here coming through from Twisted Minds. Cattell, though, with highest damage of 885. Really good stuff. Trovo 2030, I said they hadn't had any spectacular games yet, but that was pretty damn good just in terms of salvaging what was a very, very difficult game. But Rob's 8 eliminations, that's what you like to see.
Absolutely. He's got one of the strongest jawlines in PUBG Mobile, and he absolutely took that game on the chin and gave it back just as tough as well. Great stuff coming through from those guys on Twisted Minds, but actually pipped to the post on damage by Trovo 2030.
Yeah, just by a small margin, but 16 eliminations, Twisted Minds. What a big game to get them back into the running with alongside a lot of these other teams that are playing out at the top. 26 points total. Beautiful.
Really great stuff to see. Let's take a look at what was earned in that match. Of course, those are the 26 points that you just mentioned. Trovo 2030 onto 15 with the 10 eliminations they were able to get. Fireflux with 13. And that is going to put a bit of a dent into the lead. It was 20 points before between them and Na'Vi, although Na'Vi still got 7 points. So only 6 points between the two. So now it's a 14-point gap at the top of the tables between first and second place. Still, both teams accelerating into this lobby. Team Spirit, 0 points yet again, having a bad game. Not happy about that. I thought maybe they were going to be able to change their tune with the chicken dinner that they found on Erangel, but it was not to be. Brute Force as well, 0 points.
Yeah, not ideal. We'll see what happens, because some of these teams just don't feel like they should belong down there, but they are. So we'll see if that can change over time. You hope it does. You really would hope it does. But for the time being, we are just probably going to wait for week 2 for a lot of those adjustments to come through. However, a lot of these teams that are just coming out the gate swinging, they're going to have a nice chunky amount of league ranking points to assist them to get towards that finals, and also give them some extra points going into those finals as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what our final match of the day is going to hold. Miramar for one more round is up on the cards next today, and we are going to have a good time with it.
Oh, we're
still in.
We're still
okay.
in.
Sorry, I thought we'd gone to a break there. We are going to a break fairly soon, but you know, these are some of the highlights from that last match. Twisted Minds out on the eastern sides. They were able to rack up a lot of points there. Ooh, pretty nasty roll down there with the monster truck from Trovo.
Indeed. Sorry about that. My brain basically just melted in that moment. I was thinking about the jalapeno crisps and the jalapeno hummus. I'd have a little bit.
It's getting spicy.
Yeah.
It's getting spicy. It's twisted your mind around. That's what's happened.
It has completely given my mind the old twister, the twister-rooney.
The old Cortex twist.
Yeah. That's what I got. Not good. Not happy about that one. But yeah.
Okay. We are going to a break now. I promise.
No break.
I promise it's a break. We're not staying here. We're going to a break. What?
I'm break. Break now.
Break.
Now break.
Break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
One more Miramar remains. We have got that coming up very, very quickly. We have got our players already locked and loaded. Looks like vibes are vibing out a little bit. They're having a good time, even if they're not necessarily doing the best. Overall, they have managed to at least enjoy themselves so far. Plenty of enjoyment coming through from Trovo 2030 as well. They have had a good result so far. They are in contestation towards the top of the tables. You love to see it. Very good stuff. And now, Twisted Minds need to try and keep the pace up as well, because that is what we're looking at, right? This team finally found their feet in that last match. This time around, are they going to be so lucky?
That is the question. Because honestly, with Twisted Minds, they had a very, very good match playing on their Infinix GT20 Pros, the official smartphone sponsor here over at the PMSL 2024 EMEA Split, featuring dual chipset as well as 144 Hertz AMOLED display, 120 FPS for you guys at home, which provides all of our teams with outstanding performance here at the PMSL EMEA. Really, really good stuff overall. I think all the teams have been playing phenomenally well, even over on this phone, having a great time with it. You know, this is the tech. This is the new technology.
Getting ready, bringing you into the future. That's right. Well, speaking of the future, we've got coming up one hell of a Miramar. I'm sure it's going to be pretty hellish for a lot of our players. Na'Vi still at the top of the tables on the overall standings. They are on 125 points now. Fireflux are a little bit behind them on 111. That is a 14-point difference between the two teams. A pretty close 1-2 battle, but then down in third place is Power Esports. They are on 77 points. That is a 34-point difference between second and third place. That's pretty big. That is very, very large and important, quite frankly, at the top of the tables. Those two teams very much far and away in the lead. Brute Force haven't had the same results as they had in their first 3 matches. They haven't really been earning anything in the last 2. We'll see if they can close out their day strong. And as well, Team Spirit. Disappointing. Yet again, one chicken dinner, then nothing. Quietness on the Miramar. We'll see if they can do more now.
Yeah, I think Brute Force, it's kind of funny because Miramar was sort of their map. It was their go-to in the past. So for Brute Force, potentially can have a good game here to finish things off. It's sort of funny as well in terms of Brute Force. They've had pretty damn good day today, but it's just not on the level of Na'Vi. They need to have basically a chicken dinner here to be on that same level, on that same track, going into their next game's day. For the time being, Na'Vi get delivered directly over La Cobreria with this plane path, which heads down towards the south side on the circle. Again, another chance for Team Spirit. However, we know how that goes, and we're not going to talk about it anymore. In the meantime, it is RC Bra, once again, up against the Falcons in Picardo.
Oh, rats. They've done it again. I don't like it. I'm having a bad time. I'm having a bad time with these Picardo fights. It makes me an unhappy man, Blank. That's, in general... It just goes poorly. Both of these teams are kind of just locked into this fight now for the next 15 minutes. And it's very unlikely that you actually find too many picks when you split this fight like this. Last time we saw it in that last match, it actually shifted down southeast, I think, to some buildings out on the southeast side of Picardo. So teams were willing to give some ground, but I think that these teams are doomed. Luckily, they are in this first circle. The second circle, unlikely that they do get on in there, but... we'll have to wait and see what they've got.
Yeah, man. I mean, we still need to figure this one out. For Falcons, they give space. They give ground. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they get into the bus. And they're going to head on down towards that south side of the map. Over towards Puerto Paraíso and Impala. Again, no one really picks up these positions, so they have a ton of space. Road Rage, it would seem. Easy wants to challenge for it with the knives, but no one's really got anything in place. In the meantime, Falcons, Hope picks up one over towards RC Bra, and it is flushed out there onto Loxy.
Okay, all right. There is actually developments in this fight. RC Bra having a rough time to start things out so far. They've managed to get 29 points so far today, which is, you know, fairly respectable, I would say, over their 6 matches. Well, after this match, it will be 6 matches that they played. It's not the strongest of results, but it might be enough to see you towards those finals.
Which is all you can really ask for at the end of the day. To get through to those finals, then you have a better chance to get towards the top of the tables. Realistically, a lot of times this is just purely about getting into the top 16 and earning some more money on the side as well throughout the league stage. But most teams more concerned with getting into those finals and picking up those top spots, head through to PMGC. We have quite a few of them available for all these teams here at PMSL EMEA.
Yeah, we've got 6 slots for the finalists to squabble over amongst themselves. And remember, points earned during the league stage can indirectly translate into points during those finals, which can help you get that leg up, that boost towards those top 6 spots. Half of the points you get for the league ranking points are transferred over to your finals tally. So if you finish up in first on those league ranking points, you're likely going in with, you know, somewhere around in the mid-20s points to your tally right at the start, which over 3 days of games is very impactful.
You can really affect a lot. I mean, we have seen in the past as well, teams get a decent amount of points overall in terms of their league ranking points, and it still have kind of a negligible effect though in those finals. But it also can be the fact where you have such a buffer. If you're a good team, you continue that performance into finals, it's hard to catch you up. And it certainly helped Team Spirit out get towards the survival stage for EWC. That's for sure.
Another knock found onto RCB. That's allowed Falcons into the same building now as RCB, but Wild lying in wait. Not going to be able to spring the trap effectively, though. It's disarmed by Ragnar. And he's going to be pretty unhappy about that, leaving 2 players alive. And another to go down. RCB just with his L left, spraying down, holding down the corner line. Will get the flush. Has got the double pump with that double barrel there. 36 rounds left in the chamber. Not going to be enough to handle the Falcons, though. I thought maybe he'd find another, but it's not to be. A player is a casualty. And Falcons, I mean, they do get 4 points, but losing a player this early on Miramar could spell disaster. Heroic, they might be losing a player early as well as they come into contact with Zeus on their eastern flank. Darkin looking to try and put pressure onto the Nox player here, holding the ridgeline, letting his teammates move around. Heroic fairly split, quite wayward in their hold right now, but they have some strength to maybe get Walsh back up. I think, though, all things considered, you just give this one away, chalk it up to a loss, and go again with 3.
Pretty much. It's the option that you could go for here, potentially try and fight for it, but it's very unlikely they're getting that player back up again. And more often than not, this fight's just going to go very pear-shaped, I imagine, in the short future. Mornay's been pumped through. Smoke goes down. Maybe they can get him up. When off angle is being set up right now already. I think he is fully on the broadside of him. This is a weird place to be going for this res. Maybe slightly further up would have been better as Darkin does get pushed off. And make a slight adjustment. Heroic might just get this player back up his feet, but they do lose another player in the process. This is all falling apart, and I think you were right in the first place. That is a case of just go again as 3.
Now they might have to set up as 2, unfortunately, if they lose another. But hang on a minute, there's an answer. Volt finally striking back over towards Zeus. They're quite grouped up, and a well-placed nade could spell disaster, but these ridgelines keep them fairly safe to imprecise nades. Rita around the side, not connecting with the spray, and there's the pump action, the auto shotty as in-roll up the rest of Heroic. They are really committing to this fight. They want to extract the points from this team, and Zeus are crumbling, to be fair, in the face of it. However, Heroic similarly down on their luck, and they are only going to find 1 eliminated. Rez coming on through, and Eren will be picked back up. 3 players alive for Zeus.
Yeah, it's a messy roll-up with the shotgun sprays as well coming through from Heroic. It could have gone a lot better when they started to commit onto it. In the meantime, we're looking over towards the eastern side of the map where there's some fights popping off with Fireflux taking a couple of hits, but Twisted Minds taking more of them, going down to just 2 players with Fireflux picking up 2 of those limbs for themselves. Almost into stage 2 now. A large circle shift. Most teams confirming around Chumasera on that south side.
Into those hills. It's difficult to access them later on, but they're going to have to leave now. Evacuation protocols engaged. Up to the northeast side. Picardo swallowed in. It's a little bit further west than the last circle that we had, but it's a similar sort of area, zoning in on the crossroads that leads between Picardo, Los Leones, and Chumasera. It's a pretty difficult set of terrain. There's a couple of priority compounds towards the middle of this one. A couple of them already occupied as well. See who's going to be able to find what they're looking for. Brute Force losing 1, losing 2 as well. Far from ideal. The bullet still battering the bumper once more for Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus kind of crumpled up here on this side of the map. It's a little bit difficult. We look over on the map feed right now with the circle heading over towards that northeast side. A lot of teams get a move on as this shifts away from where most teams thought this would confirm up to. Back down towards Picardo Way on that western side. Pretty flat area. A few compounds around there littered about. Teams to play inside of. It is Falcons to get to a central position the quickest after their fight with RTB and Picardo.
Trovo 2030 sightlines over to Falcons, but Park has one of his own. Ragnarok just dips behind the cover of the door frame there on the warehouse. They've got the closed side facing out, which is an advantage to this angle, but Falcons, I think, don't have too much of an impetus to actually go for a roll-up here. They are just going to allow themselves to establish very central in the circle. Neither team wants to get a little bit too aggressive and lose that advantage that they hold. This is one of those priority compounds I was talking about to the middle of this zone blank, around this junction. They got some opportunities to transition down south towards the roadside, and they can cover it off whilst they sit in this compound as well. Some high ground across the road makes that harder, but unlikely that they get neighbors for too long.
Guild so far have been having a pretty bad time in this tournament. 15 points, but that is, compared to Vibes, not terrible. However, it is terrible in the sense that Guild has had almost double the games that Vibes has been playing. If they actually do have double the games that Vibes has played so far. Right now, IW and RX on their rotate. They're heading over towards that eastern side of the map. A lot of the northern side actually not really taken. No one's really confirming over towards Picardo at all. Fireflux still has an outpost over towards the ridge side that sits on that northeast, just in case the circle does head that way.
Swinging out on the north edge, Na'Vi again looking to sweep through and maybe swing around Picardo, play on the same ridge line that they did in that previous match, but more opportunity potentially to get stuck in against Trovo. On the south side, IWNRX looking to creep their way forwards as well onto the outskirts of Los Leones. That crossroads still under pressure. Foot Chaos managing to get up and into a cheeky little compound. I think they've been there for a while, actually, on that center circle position. So a nice area for them afforded to them. Should be pretty happy there. Twisted Minds, okay. They take a knock to a rundown, but there's the answer. Okay, Twisted Minds still only the one player remaining. And I just don't think, against a full 4 roll-up, you can't hold these buildings. It's just not going to happen. And this is a very strong position now for IWNRX to hold.
Yeah, being able to get here is beautiful for IWNRX and will certainly help them out. I mean, it's looking more and more difficult for them to get in towards this circle, but they've actually managed to find a crossing here. They're on the south side of the road, which is not ideal, but I think slowly but surely you could push over towards Footballers Chaos. And with Footballers Chaos right now being on 3 players, there's a bit more chance for this 4v3 to come through. It's just a question of whether that crash is successful or not. Right now, IWNRX, though, they have no reason to move. The circle's not forcing anything. Wow. Ooh. That's a big one.
Might not be forcing anything, but is there opportunity to make something happen now with a roll-up, with another nade over the top? Maybe looking to confirm it. That's pinched away. Oh, goodness me. Fireflux steal that point. That's going to be pretty sore.
I mean, you're not too unhappy about it, honestly, because if you couldn't confirm it yourself, like, that being confirmed, now it opens this up to a 2v4.
Power taking knots from IWNRX as well. That's out to their western side. I'm thinking about Trovo's position as well, and in that warehouse looking down towards Power. Satan in a pretty exposed spot to them. On the other side of some buildings, though, so has cover. That corner of the junction not really taken. Trovo potentially looking to crash, but it's a little bit more focused out to the east side. And Fireflux in a really strong split right now. They've got a long ridge line that they're holding, trying to fend off against Virtus Pro at the back and Vibes. I kind of like this position from Fireflux, but Solke may be a little bit too far out. He has got backup out on his little corner, but I think they're going to have to regroup away from this warehouse. You can't hold 4 from Virtus Pro when they have the ability to get straight up to that wall. It's just not possible in my mind. Lux going to have to get away too.
Yeah, Lux leaving from Fireflux. Solke scouting over towards that northern side alongside with him. And they'll both probably move further back down towards that southern edge. As we're looking to move to stage 4. Just before things get a little bit hectic. I think stage 5 is when a lot of these fights are going to start to break out. Now, there is those compounds just ahead of Power and Satan that could be picked up. No one else has really scoured them as much as Power has. And the rest of the team is just going to immediately leapfrog over that way. And that becomes a really potent spot to be playing in.
Potentially a dangerous crossing if Trovo are looking your way, if IWNRX have sightlines, but it looks fairly safe. They found some ditches, some terrain to cover, and Power make that crossing work. Like you said, a very potent position for them now. Some real easy sightlines for them to scope out the competition. I think Fireflux probably in one of the stronger positions to deal with that compound, with some high ground potentially. Zeus as well have some trouble with Team Spirit burgeoning on the ridgeline just ahead of them. Oh, sorry, but well, technically there is no ahead and behind when you're talking about circles. It's quite difficult to sort of map that out. But either way, they're further out of the circle, and Team Spirit are trying to sweep around and maybe cause problems for Zeus. But you can see the sightlines that Team Spirit have towards the buildings that are held now by Power. Maniac, yeah, spotted, taken down, no meat, picks that one up happily.
Team Spirit far down towards the southwest side, right? Team Spirit need to move up towards the northeast, but that road crossing is a little bit of a slice out of the map that's going to make things slightly tough for them on that rotate. Guild, Vibes, both playing it very safe and slow over towards the southeast side of the map. Yeah, main concerns right now for teams would probably be Na'Vi Trovo 2030 as well as Power. These are the teams that most other squads are going to have to watch out for, as Na'Vi actually finds a nice little ridge side where AXA scouts out to. Again, playing that outpost for the team. Whereas Default and Lemon are going to sit behind on the high ground, try and use that to scout a little bit further before they're inevitably moved off that position in stage 5.
Yeah, Falcons did hold this ridgeline before. They've transitioned a little bit further across the road to some buildings that they can hold out on. That's allowing Na'Vi in. What is going on here? IWNRX have Guild to worry about. There's only one more player for them to fend off. 2 players are down, a third as well. EXO may have just ruined IWNRX's chances here. They have such a strong position, but Guild of all teams is the one to take them down a peg, down a notch or 2. EXO now has 2 of them to deal with because Frozen got the res, but in the meantime, Team Spirit have maneuvered themselves to be the south side Overwatch team, the arbiters of this rotation. But EXO goes in, looks for more flushes. Zedwolf with a nade, bursts behind the sofa, hops in, but to his demise. Finally, they take him down and actually manage to maintain 3, which I'm surprised about. But either way, that was going very hairy.
Yeah, crazy crash coming through from Guild, and they have to do something soon. And again, this is something you just wouldn't necessarily expect coming into that way so quickly. Almost finishing with stage 4 now, into stage 5. And most teams are now set up. The only team that has yet to make it into the circle is Vibes. We're going to have to make a similar crash rotation that we saw from Guild. Instead, opt to just sit around here in this small little ditch, which is playable for the time being. But as teams start to realize where you're playing, removing yourself from this spot is going to be the tough end of it.
Power on the corner compound. All eyes on Na'Vi. On the north side as the crash comes in. Foot Chaos making a move. Did you see that? They're darting across the road from the southeast side with the remnants of their team. Trying to get into a little shack, and seems like they've done so successfully. They've pulled the maneuver out the bag, and that's going to be fairly profitable, I imagine. In the meantime, Vibes trying to move past Fireflux, who have been holding this high ground for a long while now.
An RV in a really good spot with 4 players. And they've decided it's high time. Their 12th match to pick themselves up a chicken dinner, it seemed. Trovo 2030, not likely to let that one slip. Now at 73 points on the leaderboard in 4th place. Really have crept up on a lot of these other squads. Was the top side of the lobby. Virtus Pro have just really not gotten many points at all today. It is unfortunate considering some of the cool moves we saw from them yesterday. It's a weird one, this circle, considering that most teams were already in it, right? Most teams are already in this circle. They already had a strong base of operations. So there's not a huge amount of cycling of teams. It's realistically just some of these edge squads that are right now very much struggling to get in. You're looking at Team Spirit, Vibes, potentially even Fireflux.
It is necessary to manipulate around these ridge lines carefully, but unfortunately for Kitsune, he gets spotted by Trovo 2030. They've been in these buildings for a long time now. They haven't had to leave, and they've established their sight lines firmly entrenched. They've written history books about them. They have got their work cut out for them, for Team Spirit, to break through those defenses. The spray down for IWNRX, they're not going to allow another team up and close to them. Not after what Guild was able to do. Both teams from the bottom of the tables delivering points unto IWNRX this time around. As they're up to 8 eliminations now. Potential to find a few more as well. Zedwolf establishing a smoke train across the road so that they can break further north, because it is a regroup necessary for them. Vibes with 2. They could still do something. The 2 versus 3, very possible. With Victor and Mazzaro as well. These are names that will not be soon forgotten.
No, I mean, for IWNRX, genuinely really good spray down from Frozen to pop 2 guys out the car from Vibes almost immediately. RV still sat over towards this ridge side. You can see up there on the northeast, top right side of your map. Your screen. Oh my god. I'm so in the map mentality right now. Top right of your screen, you can see where Na'Vi is on the map on the northeast side. Goodness me. That was crazy.
Nailed it. It's perfect.
I don't think it was,
I didn't hear any mistakes. I didn't hear any mistakes personally. Nope, didn't happen.
I was on a compass craze. Put it that way.
He's all magnetic and got his poles confused. Oh no. Where's the polarity coming from? I don't know. It's going crazy. It's going haywire with the compass on the top side. But Na'Vi have spotted Team Spirit and are doing work to try and slow them down. Effect went down in the middle of their train. Vibes will finally fall to IWNRX, who are now up to 10 eliminations on this match with 3 players alive. Remember, Guild's crash took them down to 3, which could come back to bite them. Na'Vi continue to be entrenched on their northern edge now. Team Spirit got the res off on the northern side, so Effect is back up and into the fold. Virtus Pro eliminated in the meantime. Fireflux the ones to do so. Chiming in Nomi as well from Team Spirit across the way. A Renock, was that? Over towards Team Spirit? I think it might have been. Fireflux, 7 eliminations east side. They have to descend from the high ground now, though.
Yeah, Team Spirit is kind of lost right now. They're unsure what to do. Effect goes down, is flushed out by Na'Vi. And now Team Spirit looking to aggress over towards Trovo 2030. Again, I think we're seeing a problem that Team Spirit had maybe 6 months ago, which is a case of not making dominant moves, because they're a strong squad, and I think they need to trust in themselves more to make crashes, to make aggressive plays, because otherwise these teams are more and more frequently now just playing more central. And if you don't get a central spot early, or you're not capable of being confident enough to take it, you're likely going to be held out on the side. And Na'Vi does this well by identifying like some open spots early on the edge, and then they work their way in from there. For Team Spirit, on the other hand, so a lot of times getting cut out off on the side. Now, this is a fight that doesn't often go well for any team aggressing onto it. They have completely smoked out the barn, though. Ow.
Bad time. Can't nade yourself. Can't be naded by the enemy team, though, either. So Nomi survives a potential Molotov incident. Burned out in the hay barn. Marcelo holding the angle. Team Spirit, 3 versus 4. Using a player, they have still got teeth. Matic, Kitsune, and Nomi. Nade in hand for Matic. Only the 1 nade. But the spray downs are there. The reload's coming through. A little bit of damage towards the back lines as Cattell takes some flak. Catches a little bit on the off angle. Nomi worried that Yusuf will be able to stop them from rolling down the sides of these barns. Matic moving in, Nomi hopping out, playing bunny rabbit with them. Now he's in the midst. There's a crossfire now onto Nomi's position. He needs to be careful from behind him. Does he have a teammate to back him up? Spraying down, suppressing the door line. Cattell can't quite hop one over. Nomi's down in the meantime. It's up to Matic to really get something done here on the inside. Can he stop this from going pear-shaped for them? They lose Nomi fully, and there's the off angle. I think that came through from Na'Vi. They've sent Lemon out to deal with this. This is getting crazy now for Na'Vi. Team Spirit fall. Trovo 2030 now under pressure from Na'Vi, who are in turn having Fireflux descend upon them on the northern flank, but it's going to be held strong by Flip, by default. Look at what they're doing to him. It is being torn apart. They say, top spot, that's ours and ours alone, buddy. Scarface last to stand in the way.
I mean, the fact that Lemon went down and dealt with Team Spirit in the warehouses on the west side, whilst the rest of the team is currently just getting rid of the players there on Fireflux, sort of nuts. And now they have a central position in the circle. This should be an easy win. And this is a fight that has been going on for time over on this side of the map. IWNRX versus Football is Chaos, and in the end it is Football is Chaos to survive what has been a disastrous and stressful push into this circle. But I do think this is the first Na'Vi chicken dinner. We'll see.
I know you've still got power to deal with on the south side if they can clear out all of these combat teams on the east side flank. They've got Foot Chaos to worry about, and I think they're going to be able to do something more against them. There's potential to transition up towards the north side, up towards that ridge line. They're the only team I think that realistically has a chance of taking Na'Vi down. Na'Vi do still have a couple of players to worry about. Trovo 2030 going in. There has been a knock sent over towards Na'Vi. Falcons are now coming back into the fight as well. They're trying to get over to that ridgeline first, so potentially the center of the sandwich for them. Trovo taking casualty after casualty. They're down to 2. Power Esports moving in to deal with Doka Machine, but the DBS around the corner, and Power may have just had their rudder spun all the way around there, and they are left lacking. Fortunately, the rest of them will be on in foot. Chaos can't quite take down the rest of them, and Satan can get res. 4 players alive, already a break up north as Power think about their next maneuver.
Na'Vi's been taking fight after fight after fight here, with the nade starting to come through thick and fast over towards Na'Vi from the Falcons. Hope sends another in, and Power sends Al-Haji forward. These nades just not find their mark at the moment. Either squad. The circle centers up over towards Al-Haji. Kind of an odd push coming through from the Falcons, but I think they realize they need to take some kind of control over towards that northern edge. Hope gets his head torn off from his shoulders, and Flip looks for a little bit more.
Park taken down on the back lines. Just one player now for Falcons to hold, but one knock has been sent back over towards Na'Vi as Al-Haji finds default on the back lines, the workhorse of this Na'Vi roster that has been doing the heavy lifting over the course of these games. Spray down, Ragnar falls, but now more damage as Power regroup onto this ridge line. All of a sudden, they have the center of the circle. A lot of nades already expended by Na'Vi. Flip still has one. He splits the difference at a field goal for Power, not tagging the damage with the nade that they need. A knock onto Na'Vi slows them down. The blue zone puts pressure on, and Power are taking this game into control. 2 nades left for Flip. One out over towards Fidan, goes long, and a spray around the side might be all it needs, but he turns his attention at just the wrong time, and Fidan falls first. Now Na'Vi up to 4 again, looking for heals, looking for more Power. The flush comes in, and Power on 3.
And they can push forward off the back of this. It's a bit of an aggressive push. I mean, off the back of a couple of decent nades, actually chunking Power. That push came through a little bit too quickly, where they didn't have the backup to support this. Great smoke wall immediately popped out by Na'Vi under pressure. And now shots going through. This gives them an opportunity to get in. The question is whether they can weather the fact that the blue at their back is going to be ushering them closer and closer to Power. Only one Molotov available for Al-Haji, and I think that realistically, the guys from Power are lacking on utility, whereas Na'Vi have a ton of death crates on their side to loot up from and start tossing nades over towards the guys on Power who have no hard cover to work with. So these nades are going to be massive. Axa starts charging one of his own.
Oh, this is big. They're right on top of each other as well. The nade Kirk is just too long. It goes too far there and will not find the damage. The backline for Satan. He's in danger from Lemon, remember, on that off angle. Needs to hold his nerve. Default goes down first. Lemon as well. 2 go down for Na'Vi. Flip trying to move on out, but now it's just the last player on the backlines. 2 versus 1. Can Satan hold it against this encroaching player? Flip has been brutal so far today, and he will continue that to move on up and into the firing line. He's got confidence, but Satan's in there. A jump out wide, and it's Axa to seal the deal. Na'Vi, in the final moments of the day, find a chicken dinner at last. They will not be denied any longer. And there it is. Na'Vi cap off their day with their crowning glory, taking down Fireflux earlier on, eliminating everybody in the lobby, and again, a huge elimination game for them, and this time they cap it with the 10 placement points.
I mean, this has been a crazy couple of days for Na'Vi. It's been just strength to strength to strength. Lemon and Flip, both players that I have not heard too much about in the past, yet are here now giving it to some of the best players we have in PMSL EMEA and making it look easy. That is the surprising thing about all of this, is just how simple this has looked from Na'Vi. It's felt like you've put you've got the fish tank and you've just placed the great white shark inside of it with all these other small fry, because Na'Vi just looks far too strong to be playing inside this lobby. It's just silly. But this is PMSL EMEA. This is the height of the EMEA action.
And it has been spectacular from Na'Vi today, and that's what I was saying, right? Despite brute force at the first half of today having a higher average points, it was the sample size that really came back. And now, obviously, after the game, brute force haven't had a commensurate second half of their day. They have not been able to keep up that pace, but Na'Vi have actually sped up, right? They have increased their averages over these last few games. and it is really excellent to see. I'm very, very happy with what Na'Vi are able to do. They look like a team on track for a top spot. I don't see anyone else that's really at that level just yet. Maybe we're waiting for some rotations to coalesce into something stronger, but for now, it's Na'Vi all the way, baby.
Yeah, 27 points at the top. There were 17 eliminations on that game. I mean, it was 2 crashes into a third coming through from Power to try and third party them on that fight. A dual-sided engagement between both Team Spirit and Fireflux. It has been wild. It's been completely... In fact, I think it was 3, because you had Fireflux rock up, then Trovo 2030, then you had Falcons, and then Power shortly afterwards. So it was a ridiculous amount of teams that all tried to take down Na'Vi, and they just would not hit the deck. They wouldn't go down. They looked immortal in those final moments.
Yeah, I thought Power had a better situation, but I think you pointed out something crucial, was the fact that Power didn't seem to have any utility. If they have 4 more nades in that scenario, right, that is a very different matchup, because they just launch those through the smoke. Na'Vi maybe eat another knock, maybe even 2. That off angle, they dealt with Lemon. They don't have as much pressure on that front angle.
Yeah.
And Power take that one away from them, but that utility lack just really struck them down. But either way, Power still had a decent result in that match.
Yeah, the utility just hurt them. And it's funny, because if Falcons don't crash on them the way they do up towards that north side, outside of the circle, maybe you don't get a similar game there where you can't loot all those death crates and grab all the nades possible to actually hit a really strong hold over towards Power. Fun stuff, though. And again, it's nice to see, because it feels rewarding for Na'Vi, who were able to hunker down and set up the fortress. Essentially 3k damage on the match. Wowzers.
That is a big wowzers, actually. That's really quite spectacular. You love to see it. 17 eliminations. IWNRX as well, they had a bit of a scrap on that south side. Remember the crash from Guild that came on through? They were able to win that out by the skin of their teeth. Then they took down Vibes as well on that south edge. So 2 separate full team fights was what got them a lot of that damage. And I think that they held that compound fairly well. They crashed into it fairly well. I think I can't really fault IWNRX for their position and what they were able to achieve that match.
But yeah, it will be the Chicken Did It heading over towards Na'Vi with a wonderful game there. 1,400 healing as well. That is a large number. But the fact that they had to take so many fights and they just maintained a happy attitude all today. And I'm hoping that momentum can only carry through onto their future games. And I'm really pleased to see Axa finding himself some good games as well. This guy's the Dimple Demon in the game and out of game.
Yeah, the best smile in PUBG Mobile esports. We love to see it every single time. Unless he's wearing the shades, then he's a very serious actor. That's when he's in sports mode, That's when he's going fast.
Sports
and they
mode
have
actor.
been keeping up the pace very, very effectively so far today and over the course of yesterday as well. To have 2 good days on the trot is a brilliant thing, and it's an excellent sign for their potential standings when it comes to it. I think that they may be definitely one of the first teams that I will lock in as the top 16. I think it's almost guaranteed at this stage that we'll see them in towards the finals, if not towards the top of those finals towards the end of this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that for Na'Vi, it would be insane not to see them head through to the finals after what we've seen so far from them. They are the team to catch. They are the team to watch. By far and away the best squad in the lobby right now. I mean, Fireflux is a close second, but again, just in terms of firepower, it's just not there. So again, it is Na'Vi that gets to challenge out versus someone else. And also 6,000 damage, 29 limbs, MVP. That is a ridiculous result.
Is that over 1 day or 2 days? And the fact that I'm asking that is a testament already to the fact that I believe that this could be achieved in 1 day for a player. I think this may be over both days, but either way, over 12 matches to average over 500 damage every single match. That is insane. The MVP flip for Na'Vi. That means that, again, they are going to get the second call-out challenge match as well tomorrow. So we're going to see Na'Vi taking back to the warehouse.
Yeah, so they get to earn themselves an extra $500 for their troubles, or at least their achievements in these matches that we've seen come through over today.
Well, if they win.
Fine. If they win, which I think they will.
It was pretty close against Foot Chaos, though.
Yeah, I think they were toying with them. They were just toying with them. That's all it was.
Oh, okay. It was just a Na'Vi prank.
It was a prank.
Understood.
It's a prank.
Understood. But they didn't want to give up the money in the end. Who would you call out if you were Na'Vi in this match?
I'd have been Rex. Fireflux. Never mind.
Oh, okay. All right. Second place team Fireflux. They really want to establish dominance into this lobby. And the Fireflux team have no choice but to take to the warehouse and take them on. We'll see how that goes after game 3 tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be exciting to see if they can continue their win streak. Are Na'Vi as well going to get a third call out? I don't know what our record was from spring season as most MVP call outs. I think it was it? No, I can't. I genuinely can't remember. I have to go back and watch some of the VODs, but I seem to remember Na'Vi having some presence over in those matches. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I'm not going to make any further claims about it because I just can't remember. So we're going to move back over to the tournament games, and I think that the lead that Na'Vi have established there, I think they beat Fireflux's scoreline by a hell of a lot of points. And so, again, they're going to put maybe up to a 30-point difference for them in first place after 2 days' matches. It started off very, very strong today with Brute Force getting really strong games 1, 2, and 3 with that chicken dinner in the first game as well. But 4, 5, 6, not the same story.
No, it has not been the same story at all. I mean, for looking at the daily winners, Brute Force starting things off strong. That was a Sanhok that they should have won, and they've won before, and I said it during that game as well, so it made sense for them to pick up that game. But since then, these other results have mattered, but not as much as the fact that Na'Vi has been making it up to a top 4, top 5 consistently every game. I think the big one to watch out for there is Twisted Minds picking up that win over on Miramar, looking a lot stronger and a lot better in that match as opposed to yesterday.
They have improved, I think it's safe to say, and we're looking to see that improvement continue as we move forwards into the 2 days games that they have left. We've got 3 days of show left, so don't be worried if you got worried by that one. 152 points on 12 matches is absolutely insane. 120 points would be a 10-point average, and that's normally good enough for first place. Fireflux have reached that metric, but Na'Vi have put 32 extra points on top of that. That is over a 12-point average, pushing up to a 13-point average, which would be 156. But they are so close to that, and that is such an insane metric to be able to reach over 12 matches as well. 104 elimination points. They would be in second place if you took away all of their placements. That is absolutely crazy stuff to see.
It is insane. I mean, overall, I've been very pleased with what I've seen so far from a lot of the teams that have come out today, but mostly Na'Vi. Na'Vi have been so fantastically good. I think it's also sort of a testament to Fireflux as well that they've been able to operate at such a high level despite having such a terrifying team roaming inside both of today's lobbies, both of yesterday and today's lobbies. It's been interesting. It's certainly been interesting.
Yeah, it certainly has. Bottom or top of the second page there, Brute Force being squeezed out of that front page towards the end of today. It is unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Bottom 4, Vibes, Guild, Black Esports, and S2G. 12 matches played for Guild. I shouldn't laugh. It's not that funny. Guild down in 19th place. It is pretty funny, isn't it?
Mean.
16 points. I know. You're right. It's very mean.
You are a cruel man. But yeah, it's been a good day today. I have very much enjoyed all of it. I think that there has been some good moments, some teams making some better improvements. And yeah, you can find out all about everything that happened if you're just tuning in now. We'll have updates over on the social media channels, which you can find down below, over on Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok.
Make sure you're checking it out on PUBG Mobile Europe, PUBG Mobile EU Official, just something basically like that. You'll find it. It was at the bottom. If you missed it, then you're never going to see it again. It's too late. My name is John Allen. With me has been Blank. You can find our social media channels towards the bottom as well. You might want to go over there, stay up to date with all the goings on. But yeah, absolutely. Great stuff from Na'Vi is the headline today. They have put on a masterclass at PMSL EMEA for day number 2. Day 3 just around the corner. I wonder if they're going to be when their day out is. We'll have to wait and see. Make sure you stay tuned and find out if Na'Vi can keep this gravy train rolling, or if someone else is going to take a deep slurp from the boat. We'll have to wait. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.